welcome Professor Prem Kumar sir.
I'm here only.
Thank you, sir.
At what time we are supposed to start?
Sir, we'll start on 9 o'clock, sir.
Okay.
So Professor Muthumohan is online, sir.
Okay.
Hello, sir.
Good morning, sir. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Professor Krishna Sodhi, welcome. Professor Krishna Jodi, welcome. You may check your audio and video.
Yes, good morning, sir. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. Welcome, Professor Arulapan. Welcome, Professor Arulapan. You may check your audio and video.
Balakrishnan sir, good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
Check.
Yes. Good morning, Anurama, ma'am.
Good morning.
Yes, please check your video also, ma'am. Yes, you are visible and your audio.
Okay. Is it audible, sir? My voice?
It is okay, ma'am. It is okay, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, sir. Okay. Sir. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning, Prince sir. Please check your audio and video.
Thank you.
Yes, sir, you are visible.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Prem,
Welcome, Professor Sahul Amit.
good morning, Prem Kumar. Audio.
Good morning, sir. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning to Prem Kumar.
After a very long time, I'm meeting you.
Yes.
Yes.
1 second, sir. Sorry, sir. Professor Sahul Amit, please check your audio and video.
Yeah, good morning, Balakrishnan. Good morning to all other delegates.
Morning, Sahul.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir.
Good morning and welcome, our principal, sir. Good morning and welcome, our principal, sir. Good morning and welcome, Parain Somani from England. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, Mr. Balaji. How are you?
Yes, I'm fine, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. I'm so happy to meet you, ma'am.
Thank you. Same here as well. Same here.
Good morning to everyone. Totally 30 members are waiting in waiting hall. After confirmation of the audio and video from our guest, after principal approval, I will include all the participants. So 30 participants are waiting in waiting hall. So I requesting to everyone, please make sure your audio and video from our department faculty and guests. Thank you. Good morning, Arlapan sir. Kindly check your audio and video. Good morning, sir. Good morning, principal sir.
Good morning, Bala. கேக்குதா?
Sir, yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Bala.
Sir, can I permit allow the students in the room, sir?
Yeah, please, you can permit them.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Nice to see you all, friends.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Muthumohan
Good
sir.
morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning to all.
Farin Somani, good morning.
Good
This is
morning.
Christopher, Principal, American College.
Yes, good morning. It
And
was
faculty friends, Brain, Anurama,
Hi, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
And Arukhi Judge, sir. Nice to see you. Prince. Great initiation, Balakrishnan.
Thank you, sir, with your blessing, sir.
பாலகிருஷ்ணன் சார் பேசுறத கேட்டா சாகுல் கேக்குதா சாகுல்?
Yes, sir. You are audible, sir.
Yeah. Thank you.
Sir, can we start, sir?
Yes.
Yeah. It is about 56 participants are there.
Yes, sir.
You can start.
Chandralekha madam.
Yes, sir. On this beautiful morning, on behalf of both the International Journal of Research in Humanities, Arts and Science, an online peer-reviewed and quarterly journal India, I, Dr. Chitralekha, is pleased to welcome each and every one of you on day Bodhi National Seminar on Ethics and Society, Emerging Trends. We want to express our heartfelt thanks to the Department of Religion, Philosophy and Sociology, the American College Madurai for organizing this session. Prayer is an action. It is a purpose of talking with God. In order to achieve a prayer, so let's begin the program by seeking the blessings of God's Almighty. Now I call upon Dr. W. Prince Ernest, Assistant Professor, American College, to grace the occasion with prayer.
Let's pray. Heavenly gracious Father, source of perfect wisdom, knowledge, and power and might, thank you for uniting all of us together today in your presence to participate in this webinar. Lord, we thank you for enabling us to conduct this program today. As we go on to this program, Lord, we seek your presence and seek your guidance, your wisdom and knowledge be upon every one of us, so that this program may be a fruitful one and meaningful one to everyone. Lord, as we enter into a conflicting world today, Lord, we seek your guidance and presence so that we will have a meaningful discourse about the ethics and also the social issues of this society. Lord, we commit this entire program into your mighty hands. Also, we remember our principal and secretary for giving us a wonderful opportunity to unite together for this meaningful webinar. And also we pray for all the dignitaries and all the resource people and all the faculty members, student friends, and all the participants. We seek your presence and we will seek your guidance and blessings upon every one of us. We commit the rest of the program into your mighty hands, leaders and guidance. In Jesus' most precious name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you, sir, for making us to feel the presence of God Almighty. Now, I would like to call Dr. P. Arulappan, Head in Charge and Assistant Professor, Department of Religion and Philosophy and Sociology, the American College, who has served more than 12 years in the department. His area of specialization is philosophy. He has done research in rereading the scripture in postmodern condition. He has published and presented papers in national, international level seminars and conferences. He is holding various academic positions in this college. I request sir to welcome the participants.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning to you all. It is indeed my pleasure to welcome you all to this prestigious one-day national level seminar on ethics and society, emerging trends through online. As you all know, this webinar is organized by the Department of Religion, Philosophy, and Sociology of the American College, Madurai, in association with Bodhi, an international journal of research in humanities, arts, and science. At the outset, I extended a very warm welcome to you all who are present here in this morning. This is full of challenges with a regards to human lives. Pandemic, one side which is not over yet, but still we have another major international crisis of the Russia declaring war against Ukraine. We will certainly be about a cascading effect of many nations and people. It is a high time that it is the high time that we put on our thinking cap how to go about ethical living in our societies. So ethics is a unique factor for healthy living. Due to the technological advancements and the changed lifestyle, ethics is slowly tasting the effects of such developments. Hence, here we are today to hear about the emerging trends on ethics and society, for which we have amidst us eminent speakers across the globe who will throw a light on this topic. First of all, I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks and gratitude to our college principal and secretary, Dr. M. Thaumani Christopher sir, for having concern to give a presidential and inaugural address to this meaningful webinar. I'm also thank him for all the support he extended to our department to conduct an online seminar in a grand manner. Thank you and welcome you, sir. I feel to welcome Dr. Dorothy Sheila ma'am, the bursar, the American College, who is going to give a felicitation to this one-day webinar. Welcome you, ma'am. We have today three eminent scholars with us. Dr. Parin Somani, who is a renowned writer and a global speech ambassador of England, London. Ian is with us. She is multi-talented and has many accolades behind her. She will give her a special address. We welcome you, ma'am, for this seminar. Welcome you, ma'am. We do have Dr. K. Binu, Assistant Professor of Head and the Head Department of Sociology from St. Mary's College, Trichur, Kerala. He will give his lecture in the first session. We are happy to have you, sir. Welcome, Dr. Binu, for this wonderful webinar. Dr. N. Muthumohan, the former head, the professor, Department of Guru Nanak Studies, Madurai Kamaraj University, also with us today. A well-known person in the academic field of philosophy and religion, particularly in postmodern philosophy. Having a vast experiences in the research field, he has accepted to be a resource person for the second session. Our hearty welcome you, sir. Sir. And we have Mrs. Jyoti Pradeep Wagmore, Assistant Professor, Department of Philosophy, Ramnarayan Rio Autonomous College, Mumbai, Maharashtra. She will be giving a lecture in the third session. We will welcome you, ma'am. Dr. K. Kantibadi, Dean of Arts, SDN UP Vaishnavu College of Women, Chennai, has accepted to be with us today to give a valedictory address. Our hearty welcome to you, ma'am. So, and also, it's my pleasure to welcome in my own department and my colleagues and my faculty of our college. I invite research scholars, students from our college and from the various institutions. Through this online webinar, we would like to enlighten with all of you in an open to a constructive ideas towards the facilitating the ethical trends in the competitive, the contemporary society. With this welcome note, I hand over the remaining session to the organizing committee. Thank you, one and all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I would like to say a few words about Dr. C. Prem Kumar Emmanuel. He is a senior most faculty who has served more than 30 years in this department. His area of specialization are logic, history of Western philosophy, environmental studies, philosophy, and science. He has done research in qualitative research technique, religious experiences, cognitive science, and artificial intelligence. He has acted in various professional bodies. He has published and presented papers in national, international seminars and conferences. He has done an academic visit to Elizabethtown College, USA in the year 1999 and 2000. He also served as a coordinator, convener, curriculum planner for this department. Now I call Dr. C. Prem Kumar Emmanuel, Associate Professor, Department of Religion, Philosophy and Sociology, to deliver the concept note.
Thank you so much for giving the opportunity to give the concept note of this seminar. The choice of topic for today's seminar was mostly determined by the deliberations, reflections, and discussion took place in a few department meetings, and it was decided to have the topic ethics and society emerging trends on two different grounds. And basically our department is focusing on three different areas of study, namely religion, philosophy, and sociology. And philosophy, in the stream of philosophy, our reflections on reality, knowledge, truth, and most importantly, on moral issues is always related to society, the physical world, cosmos, and context. It was individual self in making decisions in his life, in relating with society, and also man as an individual man is constantly encountering new social realities, social problems, and accordingly he has to take sides on certain ethical issues. And in this context, number of theories of ethics, especially from the point of view of teleological, deontological, meta-ethical theories, wherein we take up cognitive and non-cognitive ethical theories, provide the framework for taking sides on issues. I will be delineating the emerging ethical issues in contemporary society right now in a few seconds. But before that, as the department is also having sociology stream, we are constantly anchored ourselves with society, trying to make positive impact on society. And this will be possible only if we allow students in a very liberal way to receive multiple ideas and to be critical of everything, of one's own self, of the world, of the society, of religion, and of polity. So all with this background, we have identified certain number of issues on which we are supposed to take sides. I will list down some of the issues. First one is issues related to taking life, wherein we come across three major issues: the issue of abortion, the issue of euthanasia, the issue of capital punishment. As we all know that multiple views are there for and against on these issues. Say, for example, on the issue of abortion, we have pro-choice arguments and pro-life arguments conflicting with each other. And with capital punishment, we have abolitionist arguments and retentionist argument. Again, contradictory to each other, but we are asked to take sides as a member of society. As a reflective thinking person, we have to take sides on this issue. And also on capital punishment, on euthanasia, we are asked to take sides on whether we have to allow euthanasia or not. voluntarily or non-voluntarily, whether we want to have active euthanasia or passive euthanasia, these are the issues related to life matters. And there are confusions, problems, wherein philosophical theories and sociological issues come in handy to take appropriate decisions. And then we will be taking up issues related to sexual morality, especially in the context of certain positive affirmative judgments given by the Supreme Court of India and the societal reactions to that. Maybe society may not allow to have it, but people have to abide by the Supreme Court order. And also it is in the good of including everyone, not excluding anyone. We have to abide by these decisions, whether it is on issues related to moral obligations, pornography or sexual orientation. There are number of issues are there. And we have, from there we move on to issues related to welfare and social justice, whether we have to have distributive justice, the issues of equality, how equality contradict with need and merit. These issues have to be dealt with, and wherein we have welfare, libertarianism, socialism, and meritocracy. How we are going to resolve these issues, we have to take sides on that. Then we have issues related to contemporary issues related to animal rights, whether animals can be equally treated on par with men. So Peter Singer will say that all animals are equal. So what is wrong with speciesism and treating one species as a market value for the benefit of mankind and his basic dietary needs? And what is wrong with that? That has to be dealt with. And most importantly, we have to deal with the environmental issues, wherein the focus is on anthropocentrism, or we have to give priority for ecocentric worldview. We have to, so is it for everything is for mankind, or for, you know, the every individual living organism, whether plant or animal kingdom, animal, they have the right to have their own progeny, diversity, and man have no right to have control over that. These issues have to be discussed. And then we have, most importantly, on the societal issues, discrimination and affirmative action, wherein we have the issues of reservation. So should we have, you know, this our constitutional rights, where we talk about discriminatory, there is discrimination, but it is a positive discrimination for inclusion, for emancipation. So we have to argue for reverse discrimination, and there are arguments for and against that. And most importantly, in today's context, we have war and violence. Is war justified at any cost? At violence justified at any cost? That has to be dealt with. In this context, related issue is socialism and capitalism. How far both are valid? How far it is consequential to humanity and society? That has to be taken up. How far it allows mankind to act as a free agent. We had capitalism deriving its strength from the laissez-faire principle, and which emerge in the context of modernity in the French connections. So these are the things have to be dealt with. And I have went through the topics, I mean the individual topics given by the resource persons. Some are taking the identity issues, tracing the roots. What is right and wrong in that, especially is the identity issues point to exclusivism or asserting the ethnic identity and its the having roots, being connected to the roots, and how far it goes against the universalism. That has to be dealt with. And I come across the research issues, sociological research, ethical issues in research. That is a very interesting topic, and at which voice we are going to take up the research. Are we going to take up the research, sociological research, or any social science research from the activist point of view or from the neutral point of view? So what value position are we going to take up? Exclusivism or inclusivism? So value affirmation, value inclusion, and is going to be there, or simply we are going to be content with the positivistic approach of value neutrality, objectivity. Does it make any sense in the social context? Can we report the social reality as a scientist, disinterested scientist, presenting the reality as a matter of fact, as it is and what it is, and what is the strength of it, weakness of it? Or human beings treated as like object in a social science research? That have to be taken up. And in this context, the critical theory, phenomenological sociological theory, symbolic interactionist theory, and postmodern theories on society vociferously vouch for emancipation. Any research, the purpose of research must be ameliorative. You have to talk reconstruction of history and, if possible, liberation. You know, it's emancipation, social issues. So with these issues, we are going to deliberate on various ethical dimensions which are pertinent in the emerging contemporary society. So this department, I would like to say a few things about our department. So the purpose of teaching religion, philosophy, and sociology is in tune with the motto of our college, giving liberal Christian higher education to the larger society, which aims at changing lives, changing society, and changing the world. So Department of RPS encourages students to reach out the maximum extent in the boundaries of knowledge, and we are expected to push beyond what is imaginable. So Department of RPS is not only accepts diverse ideas and perspectives, but also such ideas are encouraged and embraced. So learning at the Department of RPS is to make positive impact on the world, to impart transformative experience for each and every individual, namely the students, community. So we are expected to expand one's mindset, which helps one to reflect on what matters most to him and what kind of contribution you want to make in this world. So we are asked to think boldly. So the objective is to make our world better. So with that particular concept note, I welcome all the participants and the resource person to deliberate on the topics. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your valuable ideas. Now, I would like to say a few words about Dr. Parain Somani. He is a Global Peace Ambassador for England, independent academic scholar, educator, international motivational speaker, author, writer, humanitarian, philanthropist, and multi-international award winner. Dr. Parain Somani has achieved 6 doctorate degrees. And Dr. Parain Somani is a renowned academician and holds a scholarly position within various international universities, including syndicate member, Saint Mother Teresa University, visiting resource person, UGC, HRDC, Gujarat University, Shastra University, and courtesy research associate, Florida International University, and many more. In addition to her designated positions within academic institutions, Dr. Parain Somani is also affiliated with numerous NGOs and creating positive global change. She has published more than 38 educational papers, newspaper articles, magazines, and 15 books, and holds 2 patents. Dr. Parain Somani is featured in more than 100 videos and 177 newspapers. And she has received a Queen League Golden Award in 2022, winner of Mystery India, winner of Mrs. Universe International 2021. Now, I request Dr. Parain Somani to give special address.
Good morning to all of you. Thank you very much, Bodhiji, for giving me a lovely introduction. And I would like to say a very, very big thank you to Dr. Balakrishna and the principal and all the team member, organizing team for inviting me here today. It is my great pleasure and a privilege to be part of this conference to share my knowledge in society and ethics. Mahatma Gandhi has beautifully said in one of his quotes, relationships are based on 4 principles: respect, understanding, acceptance, and appreciation. We reside in a diverse society comprising of multi-faith and multicultural individuals. When differing mindsets meet, this can meet a result in conflict. Therefore, it is important to view diversity as a strength through which society can progress. The COVID-19 pandemic has given rise to numerous disparities economically, politically, and socially that have hindered societal development. Numerous inequalities have been highlighted, whether it is between different socio-economic backgrounds, educational and digital equalities, financial or gender inequalities. So it is important that as a society, we strive to attain equality and cultivate good relationships through which we can progress societal development within the new normal world. So on the simple basis, on a daily basis, we encounter numerous ethical dilemmas. The ethical dilemmas that we encounter can include ethics of consequences, ethics of consequences, and ethics of care. So there are 3 moral languages that can have a bearing on ethical and professional practices. I remember Dr. Prem said beautifully about the ethics, about the social behavior. So, you know what, we are looking at it. Okay, there are 3 values that have been bearing on ethical and professional practices. So these are the values which I have taken, but there are many, many more there. So one of the one they include rules and principles. Number 2, character. And number 3, basic belief. So moral principles are the foundation of deontological ethics, rules and duties. That the ones we are talking about, the rules and duties, create the foundation for the moral actions. From consequential ethics, focus can be shifted towards the importance of consequences of our own actions as individuals. And we are able to provide a justification towards helping others to achieve their best. So we must all consume the position moral actors. Yes, we do. So who can create an ocean of consequences as complicated as we would like? But we must consider the type of society that helps to nurture ourselves and others. Through that, we adapt our behavior to act within certain situation. This can form the foundation for social ethics. The virtual ethics is imperative to facilitate societal development through which individuals can flourish. It is vital for all leaders within society to be uphold professional integrity as we strive to enhance the dignity of the positions we uphold. Simultaneously, we must take suitable measures to put a stop to professional misconduct. We can achieve this easier by developing our own personality. First of all, let's reflect on the term personality. It is the character pattern of thinking, feelings, and behaviors, all of which makes an individual unique. It has been found that approximately 85% of your success and happiness will be the result of how well you interact with others. And through your personality, it is decided that people are attracted to you or turn away from you. So we can only improve our looks naturally only to a certain extent, but we are able to improve our personality traits as much as we would desire. We can develop our personality skills and integrate agreeable skills. Integrity is a vital as it impacts every areas of life from integrity. It is the quality of being honest and having strong moral principle in which words treats others how you wanted to be treated. You have a strong moral and ethical values in all aspects of your life, from decision making to communication with members of society. So when you are true to your words, you will be admired. You will be respected and appreciated by others within the country. Therefore, seek to be the true and honest individual. Understand the value of others, people, respect others and yourself. It is important to maintain positive attitude in all tasks and interactions within personal and professional lives. Through being positive, you create a positive energy and express positive vibes through your attitude. It is only easy to look for the negative aspect of people, but you should forget the negativity and focus on the positive. Always see the best in people. Welcome people in your personal and working environment with a beautiful, a warm smile and spread happiness and joy. You can do this through your ethics, through your action and your behavior. Help people when they require your help. Be thoughtful and generous with your time, knowledge, and resources. Aim to be happy, light-hearted, and see the funny side of a situation, and practice gratitude, which is a very important word, gratitude. Individuals enjoy being around people that makes them smile. Remember, we always want to be happy. Why? Because we want to create the happy moments in our life. So we want the people to be around with a smile, with a laugh. It creates happy moments through which you can share positive energy. If someone you know in society is going through challenging times, then be supportive, empathetic, and sympathetic. They are entering qualities that help you to relate to the feelings and emotions of others. You will then be the support system for others around you who can encourage and motivate others while believing in them and inspiring them to overcome their challenges in their personal or professional lives. So, when a member of society follows the professional conduct of ethics, every individual receives a fair and honest opportunity and support each other. And it is uncompromised. Remember, I'm repeating, it is uncompromised at each stage of their life. This is important as there is a vast amount of work that is required to be conducted by us all as we face the challenges resulting from the global pandemic. As we move forward into the new normal world, an important component is ensure respect is maintained towards each member of society so that the effective implementation of device strategies can become successful, thereby benefiting society as a whole. Of course, it is important to look at how situations will benefit oneself and their family within societies. However, if you are going to enter into partnership with others Ensure that an exist strategy is also devised without damaging other people within that partnership. It is important that we create self-awareness, self-regulation, self-motivation, empathy, and social skills. Simultaneously, seek to understand the qualities of others in society to help them. When cultivating relationships with other members of society, offer support, share knowledge, cultivate trust, respect, commitment, effective communication, skill development, understand sharing ideas, feedback, problems solving, and work towards a rewarding experience. Individual must take responsibility of their own actions, respect other people's time, aim to achieve goals, share concerns and expectation, illustrate proactiveness and enthusiasm. We must adapt multicultural perspectives and practice anti-racialism while promoting human rights. We need to acquire good qualities and avoid vices. This means that we must practice modesty, patience, generosity, and aim towards identifying our pure soul. We should always aim to be honest within our thinking, our speeches, and our actions. So when we think, we act with good ethics and we help members of society, encourage and motivate them in many different aspects. We can help them to recognize their self-value and self-worth. We can help them to overcome challenges and help them to tackle the adversity with resilience to progress society towards a new normal beyond. In this pandemic has brought many challenges. The world is upside down, but we know how to turn it back around. We are the future. We are the future of the destiny. We are the master of our own world. But how can we bring these issues together? So if we talk about this pandemic, when the people around us, you are unwell. When you are unwell, hungry, power, money, you make alone is immaterial. We want to be part of the wider solution, not the problem. But how can we do that? I have 3 important messages to share with you. Number 1, believe in yourself. When you believe in yourself, world will believe you. Nothing in life is constant. Even a caterpillar changes into the beautiful butterfly. So you know that you have the strength to create positive change and inspire others. Do not be afraid. The world has faced previous challenges and challenges like war, disease, political unrest, financial crisis, and we came out resilient than ever before. And we were strong. We learned from the past and create a better future. We can make our country prosper and happy. Number 2, follow your true instinct. Do the right things. Be ethical. Do not forget your ethical values. Be honest. Be kind. Be humble. Be generous. Be fair. Help each other. And number 3, be the person that builds bridges. Respect diversity despite background, ethnicity, social, political, or religious lookouts. Remember, this is our country. We can change the future. We can shape the future. We can make a positive impact on society at large. Start with the family and friends. And I always believe that it is only by working together we can make a positive global change. Thank you once again, Dr. Balakrishna, for inviting me here. And thank you for all the audiences on the line, off the line, listening to me. Thank you. Namaste, and I wish you good luck to all our students to be part of this conference. And we want you to have lots of success and happiness. Thank you. Namaste.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your insightful ideas. Now, I would like to say a few words about Dr. C. Dorothy Sheila. She is a bursar, associate professor, postgraduate and research department of chemistry, American College. Ma'am has guided 2 PhD candidates and 6 MPhil and 46 MSc candidates. She has received UGC DRDO project grants, and she served as a member of governing council, the American College. She is a coordinator of chemistry. Madam has presented papers in various journals and published papers. She has given lectures in various colleges. She was honored with various awards like Awards and Research Excellence Award in 2021 and Best Women Associate Professor Award. Now I request Dr. C. Dorothy Sheila for felicitation.
Thank you, ma'am, for the nice introduction. Respected Principal and Secretary, the resource persons of today's webinar, Dr. Arulappan, Head in Charge, the senior faculty, and student friends who are here, the participants, and very good morning to you all. And ethics is important to every society as it plays a critical role in shaping the individual's behavior within a society. As a backbone to the society, ethics play an incredibly important role to the society because it arises from the conscience or a sense to determine right and wrong. Since the dawn of human civilization, men have sought to keep human conduct in check to preserve the peace of society. However, as with everything in life, nothing is perfect. Ethics and human conduct are no exceptions to this rule. Ethics of the old days has been polluted and are inadequate for business self-governance due to changes in the environment and cultural norms. In other words, ethics in today's society has eroded. Ethics is shown to play an important role in molding one's personal behavior to identity, what is right and wrong. So ethics make a society peaceful, harmonious, and a better place to live by guiding the behavior of people. Ethics acts as a self-governing system to keep human self-interest and the good of the society at equilibrium because the eyes of the law are not always available. Now at this juncture, I would like to congratulate the Department of Religion, Philosophy and Sociology for bringing out the timely webinar, which is a day-long national webinar of this time. Always the department comes out with attractive titles relevant to the society and to the humanity. And this time also, they have made it the emerging trends in ethics and sociology. We appreciate Dr. Arulappan, Head in Charge, the Senior Professor, Bala Publishing Agencies, and other professors of this great department for bringing this in the time of need. This needs to be done in the modern world because due to lockdown, some of our students have lost some ethical ideas. Maybe this webinar may be the opening up or an eye-opener to all the students, so they may also raise up as in the ancient time. And I appreciate and congratulate the lecture plans which are relevant for outreach to the society. So with a few words, I felicitate and congratulate and appreciate the department for this timely national webinar. Have a nice day and God bless us.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now, I'd like to say a few words about Dr. M. Davmani Christopher, Principal, Secretary, Associate Professor, Head, Research Department of Mathematics. He is an eminent scholar, great teacher, and administrator. He is one of the important pillars of our college. He has published papers in various national and international journals. He is the author and editor for many books. He served as a chairperson for the conference and seminars. He has done academic visits to various universities and colleges in Russia, USA, Singapore, England, Thailand, Italy, China, Malaysia, and Canada. He has guided PhD, MPhil, and PG candidates. He held various positions like staff advisor, president, teacher guide, warden, bursar, principal, and ex officio member and secretary. He has received President Award as a principal for Best College from President of India, Honorable Sri Ramnath Govind. He is an energetic and enthusiastic person who motivates the students to achieve their goals. Now, I request Dr. M. Dominic Christopher, Principal and Secretary, to give presidential and inaugural address. I welcome you, sir.
Good morning. Can you hear me? What?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Distinguished Dr. Parin Somani, Dr. Dorothy Sheila Bosser of our college, Dr. Arlapan, Head in Charge, Senior Faculty Dr. Prem Kumar Emmanuel, the faculty, the students and participants of this webinar. A pleasant morning to all of you. At the outset, I congratulate the Department of RPS, the Religion, Philosophy and Sociology, for having conceived the idea of ethics in society in an effort to contextualize the same in present scenario, namely the pandemic. I am happy to inform you all that the American College is the only college all over India having three major subjects together. Yes, it is religious, philosophy, and sociology. Congrats to the faculty and head in charge, Dr. Arlapan. I am delighted to meet Dr. Parin Somani through this webinar. I heard that she is an accomplished academician, educator, author, motivational speaker, a person with a concern for fellow human beings, and whatnot. Dr. Parin Somani's selfless devotion to helping mankind has been recognized by none other than our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi, who recognized Dr. Somani with the prestigious international award, Bharat Ki Lakshmi. I congratulate ma'am. And once again, I welcome you to this webinar on behalf of American College. I thank you for accepting our invitation and for honoring us with your wonderful presence in the webinar. Friends, ethics is based on well-founded standards of right and wrong that prescribe what humans ought to do, usually in terms of our rights, obligations to our own families, society, fairness, and specific virtues. Society is a grouping of individuals characterized by common interests and may have distinctive culture and customs. As you all know, human beings are essentially social creatures with a desire and need to be in close contact with others and totally interdependent. Well, great philosophers and thinkers like Socrates, Plato, Aristotle, Confucius, Karl Marx, Michael Foucault, Nietzsche, Jean-Paul Sartre, and many others contributed to this idea, ethics. I don't want to go into that in detail. It may be like trying to export lignite in navy. But I would like to raise a question here. By raising a question, I would like to contextualize this idea, ethics and society, in the present context, pandemic. The pandemic brought the whole world to a grinding halt on March 24, 2020. But slowly, we have learned to live with the pandemic. Although the number of new COVID-19 cases and deaths considerably reduced in June 2021, it was heartbreaking when we heard the loss of our near and dear ones. The economy was hit as never before. Though slowly started limping to normalcy, quite a lot of people have lost their job. And these life-threatening issues had resulted in many isolations, depressions, and a lot of psychological problems. In this context, what is our contribution to the humanity? I believe that we are obligated to the society so that there is harmony within us. Are we ethical? The answer would not always be yes. But we read in dailies that thousands die without food and shelter. If we believe that we are ethical, then we should take cognizance of what's happening around us and try to mitigate the suffering of our fellow humans, particularly the underprivileged. If each one of us shares the burden of society, I believe that we will be leading an ethical life. Friends, I once again feel happy that the Department of RTS has appropriately started the dialogue on ethics and society, the right topic at the right time. I hope you all will have a fruitful sessions and discussions which will enable all of us to deliver ourselves from the galling yoke of time, the pandemic. I wish the department, the resource persons, and participants all success. It's a vibrant department of our college. Congratulations, Dr. Arulapan and team. God bless.
Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your energetic speech. Thank you so much, sir. Now I request Dr. P.M. Anurama, Assistant Professor, to deliver vote of thanks. Ma'am has served in the department for more than 16 years. Her area of specialization is sociology. She has published various papers in national and international journals, and ma'am is holding various academic positions in the college. I welcome you, ma'am.
Thanks for that word of welcome. And good morning, all. It's my pleasure to propose the vote of thanks for this inaugural session. Our special thanks to the principal and secretary who has been insisting on these kind of academic endeavors for RPS department. He has been a pillar of support in today's seminar, in the organization of today's seminar. Thank you, sir. And I hope in today's deliberation, we'll find out the answer for the question you raised, sir. And I'd like to thank our guest, Dr. Pareen Somani, writer and Global Peace Ambassador for England, London, for that special address. Her special address highlighted the need for all of us to hold on to ethics for personal peace and for the well-being of all others around. Thank you so much, ma'am. And I'd like to thank our beloved bursar, ma'am, Dr. Dorothy Sheila, for her time, support, and felicitations. So kind of you, ma'am. And I thank Dr. Prem Kumar Emmanuel, sir, for his insightful conceptual note. I thank Dr. Arulapan, head in charge, and Dr. Balakrishnan of Bodhi International Journal for the successful organization of this seminar. I thank all the faculty friends, student friends for your participation. And I thank all the participants from various colleges. Hope we'll be having a productive time today. Thank you all for participating in this one-day national seminar. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, ma'am. Now we'll move to the next session, that is technical session. Now I'd like to welcome Dr. P.M. Anurama, Assistant Professor, for this chairperson of this technical session. Dr. Anurama is an assistant professor in the Department of Religion, Philosophy, and Sociology, American College, Madurai, with 14 years of experience. And she has done her post-graduation and MPhil in sociology. She holds NET and PhD in sociology, specializing in women's studies. She joined as an assistant professor in the American College in 2006. Her area of interest are women's studies, social psychology, and social anthropology. And she is certified soft skills trainer, and she has 15 research publications to her credit in books and international journal. Dr. Anurama as a subject expert in sociology, and she is in the panel of examiner for TNPSC. She is a member of peer review committee for the Central University of Jammu Journal of Religion and Culture. She is one of the subject expert in sociology for the Educational Multimedia Research Center in Madurai Kamarajar University. She has served as an NSS Program Officer and Placement Director of American College, the Deputy Director of IQAC, American College. She has served as the jury for National Level Transgender Film Festival and Short Film Competition held in 2019 as a staff advisor, and she organized workshop on the elimination of violence against women. Recently, she has received Shakti Award from Lady Dog College and the Transgender Resource Center in recognition of her efforts to build an equal society. I welcome you, ma'am, for this session.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. And good morning, all. I welcome you all once again. And this first technical session is on ethics and sociology. Ethics is actually knowing the difference between what you have the right to do and what is the right thing to do. And in subjects like sociology, where privacy, confidentiality matters a lot, ethics play an important role in sociological research with regard to the process of data collection as well as the respondents. And today, I'm happy to introduce and welcome the resource person for this technical session, Dr. Binu, Assistant Professor and Head, Department of Sociology, St. Mary's College, Kerala. Dr. Binu has got 15 years of teaching experience and a rich research experience in sociology. He has been the recipient of many awards: Best Faculty Award from Kerala Police Academy, Thrissur, Best Paper Indication Award from Gyan Books, New Delhi, and Vivekananda Puraskar for Best Educationalist. We are going to listen to Dr. Binu on sociological research and ethics. So without further ado, I hand over the session to Dr. Binu. Thank you.
Hello, good morning. Good morning. Is it audible?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay, well,
Yes,
okay,
sir.
thank you. Once again, I would like to express my sincere gratitude and thanks to all of the organizers, especially Dr. Balakrishnan, for inviting me to discuss a few thoughts related to sociological research. I think that during the last few hours, I have been listening various talks, intellectual deliberations from your side related to ethics. And this is the best time to discuss about what is actually happening in ethics and sociological research in contemporary period. So no doubt the ethics is a concept of differentiations, and it's a concept of dynamism. And during this COVID-19 pandemic period, or more or less this period has restructured human consciousness in different ways. And it also influenced the mode of thoughts, the way of my emancipation of knowledge, etc., etc. So, you know, in 21st century is an era of information capitalism. That I'm beginning with the information capitalism. The information is becoming one of the pivotal factor for commoditization. That it has positive and negative effect. That is because we are living in 21st century. The information is becoming most diverse. It is acquiring most and most diversified forms. And in the knowledge in 21st century is existing in three ways. First one is information, interpretation, and criticism. Clear? Information, interpretation, and criticism. The information simply, it is a mere collection of facts that is available here and there. You will get it and I will get it. Suppose you're a traveler, you will get it from different sources. Suppose you are a reader, you will get it from books. And the interpretation is something different, that in interpretation point of view, the researcher or the observer has a certain role to perform. Clear? You have some roles to identify the content and magnitude of information which you have received. Okay, and the third dimension, which is mostly based on, you can call it as criticism. That is, a sociologist is always focusing on. Some sociology professors are also there. We people are focusing on the critical explanation of artifacts or knowledge. And we could create certain critical criticism. Don't try to think that the criticism is a mere destruction of already gathered knowledge. We are trying to find out what are the different contents of the knowledge, whether it is useful or not, whether it is applicable or not, or whether particular knowledge is fit in a particular position, or the serendipity component of the research, etc., etc. So that is a third dimension is very important in sociological research, I think. That means people are sociologists are particularly focusing on the interpretative understanding or the critical understanding of what is actually happening today. So that is the crux of sociological research, apart from any other research. So I already told you that in 21st century, information has been reconstructing the world. Clear? That is why, because then during the pandemic period, we teachers are accustomed with the new gadgets of information technology like Google Meet and so-called Zoom Meet and everything. We around 15 years back, we don't have much more knowledge about the virtual platforms which we are using even today. That is because the information and communication technology has reconstructed the teaching learning process. Clear? So the information is becoming an elixir of opportunity. It is an engine of opportunity for us. I'm coming to the point. It is an engine of opportunity for us. Because that is why, because I'm interacting with you, that is only because of the credibility of information and communication technology. It is, you no doubt, because you can easily accept that I'm far away from you. I'm mingling with you because of this information and communication technology, dear friends. And on the other hand, it is also creating certain cleavages and demarcations that you can point out. The sociologists rightly point out that it is an engine of inequality also. That's another concerns I would like to say. It is an engine of inequality also. Clear? It created cleavages. It created technological haves and technological have-nots, dear friends, because some people are not able to able to get the connectivity of this information technology. They are simply marginalizing. That's another area of discussion today. Clear? And another point of view that you can call it as the re-agendizing of information and communication technology. That is why, because information and communication technology is acting as a catalyst. In chemistry, professors are here, and you can you can say it is acting as a catalyst. And it is acting as a catalyst means that it does not undergoing much more changes, but it is actually accelerating our interactions or the modulations of the social concerns. And another concerns, which it is a temporary solution for all other problems. So in that way, we could see the research and ethics in that way. That's a first dimension of my speech. Suppose you are talking about ethics, or suppose you are talking about sociological research, you should understand all these supplementary parameters. Clear? Because without this information and communication technology, or the media, the ICT related artifacts has reformulated our social structure, social setup, social institutions, our ways, our modalities, our thinking pattern, and our consciousness. Habermas rightly says, technocratic consciousness has created. Technocratic, that is also influencing our ethical standards of the society. That is suppose any one of you should identify. Suppose you are dealing with ethics, dealing with the social relationship, you are dealing with morality, you are dealing with values, you are dealing with any concerns of life. A great impact of ICT is there. So that is the crux point we should identify. So, suppose you try to look at the fact of research. I'm not going to give a detailed account of what is actually research is. Simply, the research is a systematic, careful investigation of knowledge. Clear? That is, it is a systematic, careful investigation of knowledge. That is the systematic, which means we are using scientific methodology for research. That is the content of the research. Clear? Every research is focusing to find out the interconnections between the facts, whether it is in physical science or in social science or in philosophy or in biology, in any field or field of discussions. It is focusing to understand what is actually happening in our society. It is primarily understanding of so-called relationship between different variables. Clear? So in that way, the ultimate aim of research is, something the research is focusing to identify to get a degree. I'm coming to the ethical part, to get a degree for that, to get respectability from some other persons, to face challenges of the society. And it is a process of intellectual joy to serve the society, or whatever it may be. The focus of research is whatever it may be. All these focus are it is covered with the concept of ethics, as introductory notes the madam rightly said. Clear? Suppose you need a degree, whether it is a PhD degree or MPhil degree or whatever it may be, the ultimate aim of your research should be couched in terms of ethics. Clear? That is the ethics is the normative background of the society. Even the normative background simply stemming out from our interactions, our education, our family, etc., etc. So suppose you want to serve the society, you need to get intellectual joy. You want to solve a social problem. You want to face a challenge in the society, whether it is war or it is atrocities, it is epidemics, whatever it may be. The ultimate aim of a research is to find out what the solution to a problem. That solution should be crafted with, synchronized with, crafted with ethics. This is my simple, humble request. This is my simple, humble request, dear friends. The ultimate aim of any research is to what? To reach a common conclusion or to common findings. Whether that finding should be planned or that is synchronized with the ethics. That is the aim of a good sociological researcher. Sociological research is focusing to identify the dynamics of the society. Clear? Apart from any other subject, the subject matter of sociology is so diverse and so different. That is why, because we people are dealing with the ordinary man looking into the society in common sense viewpoint, but a sociologist is looking at the society in diversified field, diversified angle. Clear? So the thing is that the society is very diverse. I think that I would like to say the characteristic feature of the modern society is very, very dynamic. It is rapidly changing. The ethical background of the society is changing. Clear? And the political consideration of the society is changing. Cultural background of the society is changing. That is why, because we are living in a multifaceted society. Multifaceted components are there. Suppose you are a good sociologist, you should make sure that you have a basic understanding about these basic institutions. With this basic understanding, you cannot become a good sociological researcher. That is why, because the sociologist has diversified the field. There is the content of ethics comes. That's I'm focusing to ethics. Whether the ethics is subjective or objective, that's a question I would like to ask. Ethics is a subjective interpretation of human reality or objective interpretation of human reality. Where ethics stemmed out? The origin of ethics is where? Is it from society or from individual? Clear? You might have different articulations related to these questions. Clear? The ethics is a moral standard of conduct for what is good and what is right, and what is bad and what is wrong. Clear? It is a process of understanding what is right and what is wrong. You know, the society has defined right and wrong in their own dimensions. The right and wrong, or the prescribed and proscribed relations of the society is defined in cultural terms. Clear? In some culture, the normative concerns of the society is valid. In some others, it is different. Example, alcoholism in India is a prohibitive process. Clear? But alcoholism is a prescribed process in some European countries. Then when you are dealing with the matter of ethics, you should identify the socio-cultural context. And what are the changes happens in this ethical standards, dear friends? So basically, I would like to say the ethical standards of the society is emerging from human consciousness. Lot of facts are there. Human consciousness. That is, whenever the human beings develops to think, and when the human beings develops his own self, the ethics is inculcating into human mind. Clear? The ethics is not. It is not only a subjective reality, but it is an objective reality also. That's my concern. But the subjective interpretation of ethics is important. The ethics is primarily getting from the family. Clear? Ethics is the basic crux of the ethics of an individual is stemmed out from the familial relationships. The family has been playing a crucial role for inculcating ethics of an individual. That is because the socialization that the sociologist rightly expressed. Socialization is the process by which an individual inculcate ethics. Clear? Inculcate ethics, values, norms, folks, everything from the society. It is mediated through the family members, the better relationship between the human beings, the siblings, the family members. But without that proper socialization, the ethics will not be formulated. Okay, that is why, because the sociologist rightly says that if you want to change the society, you should change the family. Clear? You should change the family relationship. But the family relationships and family ethical concerns are reflecting throughout the life. Throughout the life, it is the family is a replica of the personality. The family is a replica of the society. And the family background is considered to be the basis. That is why the right or good is in the context of governing moral code. Ethical behavior is a value-driven concept. Ethics is something value. A lot of questions are coming from this side. What the utility of ethics in postmodern society? It is very important. You cannot imagine a society without ethics and moral code. What happens to a society without moral code? Do you think a society without ethical standards? Do you think an institution without ethical consideration between teachers and students? Do you think that a society and a family without ethical concerns between father and mother, father and children? No, you cannot live. That is why, because such an ethical standards are needed in not only for research, but for every human transactions. That is, it is a pivotal factor for considering social equilibrium. That is a sociologist rightly says that. Clear? That is that social equilibrium should be maintained. Social equilibrium should be standardized. That is a role of the teachers. That is a role of the media persons. That is a role of the you and me. to stabilize, to synchronize the ethical standards of life. So that is, you can see how the ethics is emulating from others. This is a flower, this is a beautiful flower, isn't it? That is, you have a different viewpoint related to this flower. Example, for a botany student, you please, I can just give an imagination for this. This is a flower for you, isn't it, my dear friends? For a botany student, this flower is what? This flower is a botanical entity. This flower is a botanical entity. This flower consists of calyx, corolla, androecium, gynoecium, etc. Isn't it? For a botany student, this flower is a botanical entity. He looks or she looks this flower on the basis of botanical inquisitiveness or a biological inquisitiveness. That is his ethics. Clear? But on the other hand, for a chemistry student, but how he or she perceive this flower, dear friends, that is why that is the content of my presentation. That is ethics, simply. Clear? This flower for a chemistry student, that some chemistry professors are also participating this program. For a chemistry student or a professor, a teacher, or a researcher, this flower is a chemical specimen, because it consists of number of phytochemicals. The fragrance of the flower is his or her intention, his or her destination, because she is researching in that field. This is researching in that field, my dear friends. But for a mathematical teacher or a mathematical student, he or she is inquiring about the arrangement of flower. Yes or no? It's understanding about the arrangement of flower. That is, that the Fibonacci system, the arrangement of sepal and petal, and the mathematical derivations you can extract from this flower. Understood? Then on the other hand, for a philosopher, it is a love of wisdom. Clear? It's a love of wisdom. It's a love of what? It is a symbol of understanding. But for a poet, it is different. For a poet, it is an area of imagination. That is ethics, simply. No other definition is required. That is, the ethics is simply a perceived reality. How you are perceiving from the society, your area of understanding, your interpretative capacity, your criticism in that way, in the particular reality, your stock knowledge. Understood? Dear friends, your stock knowledge related to flower is your knowledge, your ethics. It is not, ethics is simply knowledge. Your understanding, your culturally prescribed connotations of the reality, that it is behind this. So that is the best explanation of ethics you have. That is because I already told you that these ethics are reformulated in human mind due to interactions, due to circumstances, due to knowledge. Clear? Due to readings. That is why, because a human beings should follow. I'm already told that ethics is a value-driven concept. It is conditioned by so-called socio-cultural considerations. Clear? It is stemming out from the family relationships, the peer groups relationships, etc. That is why, because that is, we don't see things as they are. We see things as we are. That is ethics. That is perception. It is a reflection of perception. We don't see things as they are. We see things as we are. So we should reformulate the ethical standards in that way. Clear? So then I'm coming to some other, because the time is so limited. So I will not give you a broad outlook, but in research, I already told you that to follow the ethical standards is the basis of research. Being suppose you suppose you're a sociological researcher, you are presenting you are presenting a matter, you are presenting a wide issue to the public. You are identifying the cause and effect of the phenomena. You are the person who can distort or you can rectify the knowledge. As a researcher, I'm simply saying the sociological research are simply focusing to highlight what is actually happening in the society, concurrent society. What is happening today? Suppose you are taking that modality in negative way, what would be the repercussion? You are leading in a negative path. What would be the repercussions? We are representing a wide mass. We have a lot of social roles here. So the first concern is, suppose you are presenting the knowledge to the public, you are formulating a knowledge to the public, ethical standards should be highlighted. Clear? So in that way, the ethical, I'm focusing on these concerns to respect for human dignity. Clear? Respect, every human beings has their own dignity. That you known as the yatra vishwam ega needam. Yatra vishwam ega needam means we people are, I think that the Hindus, Christians, Jews, or Asians, whatever it may be, you are Negrito, Proto-Australoid, Dravidians, or Aryans, or whatever it may be, human dignity is same. Clear? Human dignity is same. You should respect human dignity. Clear? Irrespective of gender, irrespective of caste, irrespective of education. That is the first concern for a good social research. If you have ethics, you should follow that. Respect for free and informed consent is needed, because you need consent from almost all process of life, or process of research, which is starting from a problem and then review of literature, the review of literature, and in theoretical formulations, and the formulation of research questions, and research design formation, data collection, tool formation, and in interpretation, conclusion part, everywhere you need certain consent. Clear? Because our sociological research is something different, my dear friends. For a chemistry professor or a chemistry student, they can directly go to the laboratory. Clear? You can go to the laboratory because your science is a quantitative science. You please understand this concept. Your science is a quantitative science. You can manipulate it. You can reconstruct the values on the basis of your convenience, but a sociologist cannot. We are dealing with live people with different concerns, different articulations, different differences are there. But doing sociological research is too difficult. Understood? Because we are dealing with the live individuals. That is because the qualitatively we are forming in the knowledge is too difficult process. But all this difficult process, you should understand. We should respect human dignity, respect for vulnerable persons. You know, our research is focusing to vulnerable sections of the society, destitutes, then criminals, prostitutes, juvenile delinquents, and poverty-stricken people, war-ridden people. Clear? War-ridden epidemics, the presence who affected epidemics. You know, around 150 branches of sociology is here. Understood? What a beautiful subject is this. Clear? Because you can focus, suppose your environmental issues, industrial relations, rural life. Suppose you're interested in rural life, you can go to research in that field. Clear? Suppose you are epistemological mind with you, you can go to the field. You can collect information. You can directly involve the actual problems, the problems in which the villages actually faces. Understood? But we are representing vulnerable persons, my dear students, my dear friends. We are representing vulnerable persons. We are the voice of the voiceless, image of imageless people. Clear? We are the images of imageless people. Don't neglect them, because they are also there. We are gifted persons. Even the last 1.5 years, we people are suffering from different calamities, different atrocities. Even in our economical background our collapsed. Clear? But we people are getting UGC salary. That is because we have no issues. Clear. You think about the person who have no income. Clear. That is a vulnerable. That I am focusing. Our research should highlight the problems of the vulnerable sections. Respect for privacy and confidentiality. Clear. Respect them, because that is also read it. Respect for justice and inclusiveness, social justice. Wherever the ethics, wherever there is ethics, you should propagate the ideology of justice. We people are living in highly demarcated world. The demarcated world of differentiations. Clear. So the voice of sociologist is how to create justice there. Clear. How to be include diversified masses. Inequality persistent everywhere, dear friends. Even though in technological field, in industrial field, in rural urban field, in educational field, everywhere inequality persist. So we should include those diversified masses into our folder. That is a duty of our human being. That is also the greatest ethics we need. Balancing harms and benefits. You know, societies that I've already told you that maintaining societal equilibrium. Clear? Maintaining societal equilibrium. Wherever there are some imbalances, wherever there are some repercussions, our role is to move there and to find out what is actually happening there. So the minimizing harm, maximizing benefit of human, that is human potentiality should be identified. Human potentiality should be identified. Human endeavors should be identified. Human issues should be identified. I'm not going to give you a detailed account of this. So coming to the ethical dilemma part, I think that I have only 5 minutes more. I'm very concerned in time. The ethical dilemma comes. This is the problem of which ethics is correct. Which ethics is correct? Which one is right and wrong? So human beings have the following problems to deal with ethics, causes of unethical life. The greed is there. We have no time, no experiences, breakdown of control, deficient education, circle of influence, poor organizational culture, absence of requisite risk management, gamble, lack of integrity. Clear? Because we have no time to deal with the common masses. Without that mind, how can you become a good researcher? We have everywhere. If you are saying that you are proclaiming that we have no time. Without time, how can you become a good researcher? Clear? That is because all these things, the causes of unethical life, that you can call all these artifacts are simply moving in our society. That is because we have problems in a cultural drift. Clear? Cultural problems we have. The white, the Arya Dravida conflict we have. Then South Indian, North Indian conflict we have. Rich, poor controversies we have. Clear? The issue of territorial expansions we have. Clear? And the conflict of interest we have. Socio-cultural ethical issues we have. That is because the diplomatic issues we have. Clear? Then we have different problems of governing issues we have. Equitable distribution of resources we have. Clear? All these concerns should be addressed in ethical point of view, dear friends. Understood? All these are the focal point of research in sociology. So the basic concerns, a good ethics means good attitude. That's the content. Good ethics means good attitude. You know, the attitude is important. We are not ultimatum of knowledge. We are not ultimatum of knowledge. That is because think for the best, work for the best, expect the best. This is the mantra of ethics. Think for the best. We are best. We have enough human potentials in our mind. Our potentials cannot be beyond our imaginations. Our potentials are beyond our imaginations. That is because we should focus on the best, work for the best sociological output we need. Our research should be highlighted for sociological policies, because we can do a lot. We sociologists can do a lot. Clear? Because we are dealing with the social life. That is to be expect the best. Expect the best. We need a best research work, best research potentials. In that way, that is great. So the modern society, we have different issues like this. Individuality is here. Lack of sentiments are here. Lack of personal contact is there. Career-centeredness is here. Technological issues are here. Then consumerism is also here. All these problems we have. We people are shrinking to ourselves. As I told you that. It may be the problem of the 21st postmodern society. Individuality emerges rather than collectivism. Lack of sentiments. Yes, good sociologist is a socially sensitive person, dear friends. We are socially sensitive persons. We should go to the society. I already told that our laboratory is the society. Go to the society. Lack of personal contacts are also there because I already told you that information and communication technology shrink the relationships. It reformulate this relationship. Nowadays, human beings are more career-centered. There is the issue comes. Issue of ethics comes. If there is career-centeredness, our ultimate aim is to acquire more things. And technological dilemmas we have. And the problem of consumerism we have. So in that way, ethics in modern society is based on self, family, society, life situations, education and job, peer groups and relations. As I am told you that the technology, that is because the thought, feeling, action, result. This is the basis of ethics. Clear? The best ideology behind ethics, thought, feeling, action, result. You think in better way that you could feel it. That the feeling may lead to actions. Action may lead to result. Suppose you have good thinking, that is good result. Good ethics. That is, I'm coming to the introductory note. Ethics is subjectivity plus objectivity. Suppose you corroborate all these things, you should maintain your thoughts, your feelings, your actions, your result for the betterment of the society. That is the content and conclusion. Because I'm focusing in, I have already, Dr. Balakrishnan has given only 40 minutes. That's why I'm concluding. This is the duty of human beings, individual duty to serve the family, to serve the society, to serve the country, to be useful for almost all walks of human life. That is our duty. Suppose you are holding this view. Suppose you have the capacity to hold all these things, your research should be spectacular, no doubt. Because the research is not for you. Your findings is not for you. It is for the betterment of the society, better welfare of the society. So that is the ethics. So this is my simple request to the listeners. Whenever you have a chance to serve the society, you should do it in ethical concerns. Thank you very much. Thank you for your patience listening, because I'm a little bit fast. The thing is that the time constraints are there. Suppose you have any doubt related to this, you can ask. Once again, I'm very indebted to Dr. Balakrishnan and the team for inviting me for this wonderful seminar. Especially it is an area of discussion today. It's an area of importance today, because we are living in a highly demotivated, demoralized world. This kind of topics should be an area of discussion with inquisitiveness and intellectual curiosity. Thank you once again for your kindness and cooperation, my dear friends. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Binu, sir. I hope the participants got benefited with your enlightening words. Thank you, sir. Now we will move to the second technical session. I welcome Dr. M.E. Shahul Amit, Assistant Professor, American College. His area of specialization is religion and philosophy, Indian philosophies, Western philosophies, world religious value education, yoga for healthy living. His research areas are yoga, Siddha, and Sufi philosophy. He is holding positions like RPS Department Library in charge, Program Officer, member in Athletic Committee. He has published 2 books and many articles and presented papers in national and international conferences. He went Nepal and Malaysia as an official participant for Silambam. He coordinated and acted as the organizing committee member for seminar and conferences. I welcome you, sir, for this second technical session.
Thank you, Ms. Chandralekha. Thank you, Ms. Chandralekha. Good morning to all.
Sir. Shahul, sir, your mic is muted actually.
I request Dr. Anurama ma'am to conclude the sessions.
You mean the previous session, ma'am?
Yes, 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 ma'am.
Okay, so I would like to formally thank Dr. Binu for comprehending ethics clearly and highlighting the ethical principles guiding research. I think these ethical principles like respect for human dignity, privacy, justice, inclusiveness, and confidentiality are at most necessary not only for sociological research, but for humanity at large. Thank you, sir. That was a powerful presentation to start today's seminar. And I'd like to hand over the session to the organizers for the second session to continue. Thank you, ma'am.
Now I request Dr. M.A. Shahul Ahmed to take over this session, second session. Now we'll move to the second session. I welcome Dr. M.A. Shahul Ahmed, Assistant Professor, American College. I welcome you, sir.
It's audible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Chandralekha. Good morning to all. It's my privilege to chair this second technical session. And at this juncture, I thank our Principal and Secretary of both the International Journal of Research in Humanities, Arts and Science, and other RPS staff members for giving me this glorious opportunity. Before beginning this technical session, Philosophy and Ethics in Tamil Society, let me introduce our eminent resource person and my teacher, Professor N. Muthumohan. Professor N. Muthumohan is a professor and head retired from the Department of Guru Nanak Studies, and also he acted as a chairperson for School of Religions, Philosophy and Humanistic Thought, Madurai Kamaraj University. Moreover, he is acting as a visiting professor in Guru Nanak Dev University since 2017. His experience in the academic field is more than 35 years, and his area of specialization is Sikhism, religious studies, Indian philosophy, Marxism, postmodern and post-colonial theories. Course conducted in the university. He conducted PG Diploma in Sikhism and Comparative Religion, MPhil Comparative Religion, and MA Philosophy and Religion. And he published more than 30 books, and 60 papers in English and 100 in Tamil are published in international, national, and regional journals. He organized more than 20 seminars and presented many papers in international, national seminars, conference, workshop, and so on. Under his research guidance, he guided 8 PhD awarded and 3 PhD submitted. MPhil, 50 awarded. And coming to the PG Diploma project, 100 awarded. And he also acted as a coordinator and principal investigator for many projects under UGC and UPE. During his tenure, he conducted 2 endowments in the department. As an extension activities, he signified as a resource person, visiting professor, editorial board member, forum member, and secretary for many academic related activities. And coming to his awards and recognition, First, award for eminent scholar of Sikh studies, Khalsa Transcendental Celebration Committee, Punjab State Government 1999. And second, the Best Book Award, Tamil Nadu State Government 1999. Best Book Award, Tirupur Tamil Sangam 2001. Award of Balveer Singh, Sahitya Sadhan Essay Competition, New Delhi, December 2004. And the last one, Best Book Award in Philosophy from Tamil Nadu Art and Literary Association 2004. Finally, about his abroad pursuit, he visited numerous foreign countries like during his yearly UG, PG and PhD education in Moscow, that is USSR, from 1976 to 1987. And then for academic visit, he traveled to UK, Sri Lanka, Singapore, Germany, Denmark, Norway, Finland, Sweden, and England. With this brief introduction about our eminent scholar, Professor N. Muthumohan, now it's time to invite him for his lecture on philosophy and ethics in Tamil Nadu.
Respected Chairperson, Dr. Sahul Amir, my dear students, and presently appointed Assistant Professor in American College, Department of Religion, Philosophy, and Sociology. Thankful for your very generous introduction to me, to this audience. And I'm thankful to the principal, the secretary, as well as Arulappan, the HOD of the Department of Religion, Philosophy, Sociology, for organizing this wonderful program, as well as for inviting me to attend this program. And I have been given the topic of giving a type of a general introduction, at least, about philosophy and ethics in Tamil. Philosophy and ethics in Tamil itself is not a small topic. It's a very big one. Tamil is a rich language of 2,500, 3,000 years history, and of literature, culture, grammar, linguistic studies, and so many other interesting things in Tamil culture. And it has a big amount of philosophy and ethics, and particularly to trace its origins from the beginning. First, I have to say that topically, Tamil philosophy at the first stage is said to be a naturalistic philosophy. You might have known the land slopes in Tamil, Kurinji, Mullai, Marudam, Neidal, Palai, 4 or 5 important landscapes. And philosophical and ethical thought emerged on the basis of the foundations given, suggested by the landscapes, Kurinji, Mullai, Marudam, Neidal, Palai, etc. So that was the first stage, say first 1,000 years for Tamil's history. And at the second stage, towards the end of the first 1,000 years, we find the ethical philosophy. And even ethical philosophy also, Tamil has a rich and sound literature, etc. And in literature, in grammar writing, in epic writing, in ethical productions of ethical writings. In all the fields, Tamil was enough rich. Tirukural. My topic was suggested as Tirukural, Philosophy and Ethics in Tamil Society. And Tirukural is a very popular Tamil ethical literature. And ethics was identified as very important and the most important in Tamil. In the sense, in traditional West, ethics is said to be, or named to be, axiology. Axiology is as if something to the culture, that which is like axis, basic, foundational. And on axis, the entire weight of the society is put upon, to say it like that. So axiology is the name for ethics in the Western tradition, Christian tradition, and medieval Christian tradition, etc. And the exact meaning was suggested to Tamil also, in that sense. And philosophically, or in terms of religion, Jainism, Buddhism, Ajivika, and an atheistic philosophy, Lokayata. These four philosophies were very popular during the ethical period. Ethics in Tamil was constructed upon the philosophical foundations of Jainism, Buddhism, Ajivika, and Lokayata. And whatever we say, Saivism or Vaishnavism or Hindu thought, all those things came late to Tamil. The first coating, the first basic tradition, along with that naturalistic tradition for the Tamils, was Jainism, Buddhism, Ajivika, and Lokayata. Ajivika is less known these days, but anyhow, Jainism, Buddhism, and Lokayata are popular in Tamil Nadu. And what is specific to these four philosophical apparatus for Jainism, Buddhism, Lokayata, and Ajivika? If you take Saivism or Vaishnavism or Christianity or Islam even, and if you take religions and religiously oriented philosophies, there used to be three ultimate realities to the religiously oriented philosophies. What are those three ultimate realities? One is the human being. It will be developed into Atma or soul, like that, and spirit. So the first ultimate reality to religious philosophies is human life. Number two, God. Classically in Saivism, we find Padi, Pasu, Pasam. Padi is God. Pasu is human beings' life. Pasam means the hurdles, Talai, the pasam. It is that which pulls you back, which sits upon your shoulders. So something like that, the negative foundations of ultimate reality. So the three ultimate realities are suggested in religious philosophies, religious and pro-religious philosophies, metaphysics. But if you take Jainism, Buddhism, Ajivika, and Lokayata, they have two foundations. They do not have a God for them. Jainism or Buddhism or Lokayata or Ajivika, they are atheistic philosophies. It is a very important factor when we enter into study any aspect of the history or culture or philosophy or religion of Tamil society. Here, it is said to be sometimes secular. More, it can be said to as generally naturalistic, trans-theistic. It has somehow transcended or averted religious background. And these four systems of philosophy were this worldly. This worldly means it is said to be iti, neti. Iti means this world is more important than anything. So, in that sense, Tamil culture is a materialistic tradition, and the so-called religions, Jainism, Buddhism, Ajivika, were also atheistic in their foundations. They have only two ultimates, humans and humans. humans and nature. There is no idea of God to contain you, to indicate the directions. So truth must be worked out by human beings themselves. You see, ethics must be worked out by the human beings themselves. So that is the very important and significant contribution of Jainism, Buddhism, Lokayata, Ajivika, etc. to the Tamil culture. It is not the type of the modern rationalist thought, like Tandai Periyar's thought like that. But anyhow, they were godless truths. They were godless truths. They took humanism as the basic concept. Life is more important. Life is very, very much important. Jainism contributed a Tamil word, Uyir. Uyir is a Jaina-based concept. So Uyir was taken as the basic one. Everything has a life. Whether it is human beings or animals or other vegetative world, everything contains life. So this is the specific, I will say, even ethical orientation, philosophical orientation, theoretical orientation of Tamil culture and Tamil thought, Tamil philosophy, Tamil religions, Tamil thinking pattern. So this is very interesting. So the ultimate realities are only two: I and my neighbor, or I and the surrounding natural environment. So I live with the I live in the natural environment. I live with the human beings around me. So this is the foundation, basic of ethical thought about which we are going to talk about. So you may not find any God here or thoroughly metaphysical ideas, but on the other hand, the two realities which we were describing, they were on the basis of ethics in Tamil. And once it is this worldly, there is no otherworldly thing. Otherworldly thing came, the ideas came afterwards, but anyhow, foundationally, basically, Tamil culture does not have a, what do you call, the atheistic concept or a metaphysical concept or the so-called otherworldly thing. And it is in that sense interpersonal, and it is irreligious, secular, trans-aesthetic, trans-atheistic, trans-theistic, sorry. So that is the type of ethics we find in Tamil background, in the Tamil society. And once we move from this particular type of background, how to start the ethical thinking, how to start the ethical concept of ethical thinking, ethical consciousness, you can say. Ethical consciousness as a social consciousness. How does it appear? It is very much social, it is very much humanistic, and it is least theistic. So in that sense, how does the ethical thought starts? The first concept we find in Thirukural or in other ethical literatures in ancient Tamil, we find impermanence is the basic concept that opens up the chapter of ethics in Tamil. Transience, impermanence. And that is, the life is impermanent. Social life is impermanent. Human beings are impermanent. So impermanence is taken as the foundational axiomatic concept. In Tamil, it is called Nilayamai. Nothing is stable. The water keeps on flowing, a wonderful Buddhist concept. You don't get into the waters twice. First time you enter into the water when you are taking bath, and you get up, and then when you are going to dip in the water second time, already the water has flown out. Another set of another water you have, in a sense. So the water keeps on flowing. Never you enter into the same water. So that is the concept used even in Greek philosophy as well as here, as it was enumerated by Greek philosopher Heraclitus. Here, Buddha popularized it very much. Buddha's idea was here very contributive. And Jains also take up the concept of impermanence. So Nilayamai, or the impermanence, is the basic thing. Yakai Nilayamai, the body is impermanent. Selvam Nilayamai, the wealth is impermanent. The power is impermanent. Adhikaram is the impermanent. Power, political power, social power, power of status. These are all impermanent. Body is impermanent. Deha, body is impermanent. So all these things are impermanent. The sense of impermanency, the feeling, the sense of impermanency opens up the chapter of ethics in Tamil. So once all these things are impermanent, what is permanent? What is permanent? That is the question of ethics, to put it like that. So here they do not talk about illusion, Maya. Here you have to differentiate impermanence and illusion that is used in Vedanta philosophy or even some other even Saivite philosophers. So Maya is not taken as a basic concept of Tamil ethics. Impermanence has been taken as the thing that it keeps on changing. It keeps on transforming itself. It keeps on moving. It keeps on falling down or going up. It keeps on running. It keeps on changing. It keeps on changing. In the Western philosophy, the same person about whom I mentioned, Heraclitus, he also talked about the impermanency, and his basic concept was from impermanency, a big chapter, namely dialectics, opens in Western thought. Heraclitus was not very much an ethical philosopher. He was a philosopher of dialectics. The dialectics, which was very much popularized by Hegelian philosophy, the dialectics which was made internationally popular by Karl Marx. So things don't stand still. Human life doesn't stand in the same place. Society is not a dead thing. Things keep on moving. Things keep on growing. Things keep on transforming. It is its inherent nature. It is in its basic nature. Nobody is externally influencing or introducing the idea of change within the body. Body or mind or thought or nature or animal beings, all the vegetative world, all the natural world, everything undergoes transformation, change. Everything moves through a type of contradiction in itself. So contradiction is a character of change. So the difference between impermanency in Tamil, impermanency in some Indian literatures, and impermanency in dialectics, the aspects must be differentiated, and it is a very big research topic. How impermanency in Tamil, for example, in Tirukural or in Naladiyar or in some other ethical literature, how do they differ from the concept of illusion of Vedanta, for example? So the idea of dialectics in Western philosophy. So we have found out three important points, three important places, locations where these concepts are to be, this concept of impermanence must be studied separately, individually. What is their specific feature? Nilayamai in Tamil, impermanency, dialectics in Heraclitus and Hegel, Karl Marx, and transformation, social transformation in Marxism thoroughly. All the way it moves through crisis, moves through contradiction, moves through critique. The word critique itself, C-R-I-T-I-Q-U-E, the word critique itself is dialectical in the sense that the root word is the crisis also. And change, transformation, keeps on moving, growing. Something that the old dies and the new things come up. So when we enter into the Tamil ethics, this differentiation between impermanence in Tamil context, impermanence in the Heraclitean concept, and the European context, these should be a little thoroughly studied. Then only you can enter into a better understanding of Tamil concept of impermanence also. And Tamil concept of impermanence enters into a type of philosophical area with its relation between, for example, suffering. Suffering is a component or an aspect of impermanence. Buddha started from that end. Dukkam. Dukkam is the basic reality. Dukkam, tunbam, you can make it tuyaram. You can continue it as so many other concepts like anatma, nirvana, emptiness, pattu, suffering out of pattu, attachment. So these are some of the dimensions of Tamil ethics assuming its growth. Very, very interesting development you find in Tamil. In my point of view, these problems are not very much thoroughly studied. Every concept of change in Europe, in Greece, in Tamil, they have their specific significance and specific meaning. Location, cultural location. These are all we can find in Tamil when we go a little deep into the concept of Tamil ethics. And ego, pride, I and mine. And the meaning of possessiveness, the development of possessiveness, that which gives suffering to human beings. Ego, that gives ultimately sufferings to human beings. Pride, again, it gives suffering. So all these things are condemned by Jainism and Buddhism that we know. Jainism and Buddhism, all these concepts, there is a concept which is used by IT people, concept family. Concept family. I do not know what is the concept family in IT industry, but it is in philosophy. Every concept, it has its own family. This is an example. Here, Tukkam. You start from Tukkam, Tuyaram, suffering, pain, ego, pride, I and mine, anatma, emptiness, pattu, attachment. So all these are all called concept families. So all these are concept families which we find in Tamil ethical literatures. It is there totally. These and many more concepts are there in Tamil, old Tamil. leading to the concept family of suffering. And they are the concept families of ethics also. So like this, we find how does the theme of impermanence develops into a concept of family. And Vinay, there is an interesting concept, Vinay. Vinay is literally it is what is done. It is action, behavior, praxis. If you come closer to modern philosophy, it is praxis. So Vinay is action. And Vinay has the previous speaker, previous speaker from Kerala was also mentioning this differentiation, this difference, that Vinay has, every action has a subjective dimension and as well as an objective dimension. If you take and read Tolkapiam, the grammar, and there you find the linguistic codification of objective actions. A human being acts. He cuts the tree. He digs out the earth. It is a labor activity or some activity. But that activity has the dimensions subjective as well as objective. So subjective activity is ethically very sensitive. When we say ethics, mostly we take in mind mostly the subjective dimension of human beings, subjective dimensions of mental states and their transformations and their changes, etc. So like that, pain or pleasure, on that basis, the gain he achieves, all those things may be taken up to take the route of subjectivity. But on the other hand, objective, Vinay Tohai, verb, for example. Verb is a grammatical phenomenon, and it is mostly objective in its expressions. And subjective feelings are not verbal activities, not verbs. They are sentiments, emotions, pain and pleasures. So there is a very big difference between subjective as well as the objective activities of human beings. Nalvinai, Thivinai in Tamil. Good and bad. And virtue and sin. Something like that. The differences are going there. But what Trikural was doing, what ethical literature in Tamil was doing is working out the concept of objective actions and develop into again an institution. Trikural has around 150 songs, couplets, where Vinay is dealt. And Vinay is dealt as an ideological construction. As in, you must act knowing your strength. You must act knowing the time you are doing that activity. You must act knowing the context. You need permanent attempts, muershi. And you must have the activity Vinay Tuimai. Tuimai is difficult to translate. A perfection in activity as if itself. You must have a consistency in activity. So these are the things. Seiha porulai. You make the money. There is a big chapter. Aram, Porul, Inbam. The biggest chapter is the middle one, Porul. It is how to make money, how to make a family, how to make a state, how to make a war. What is the duty of the ministers? What is the duties of the citizens? So, a full construction of human activities postulated in the form of ethical precepts. And by that, constructing family, state, war, a good living, a good citizen, a good parent, a good student, a good son or daughter, a good wife. You see? So, it is not a pure form of ethics, but it is a form of socially, domestically worked out formulas of life and made into very strong ideologies. Do you know in Althusser's philosophy, a concept is there, ideological state. There is a physical or material state is there, parliament, army, jail, and all those judgment, justice. So all those apparatuses are there. So Althusser calls them material, physical entities of state and family, as well as there is an ideological state. In Tirukkural, we find, if you go by Althusser's understanding, we can identify the ideological ethics. Ideological, ethical, as if having a type of material strength. Ethics is developed for thousands of years in this part of the world in a type of ideological construction. It is not only here. I do not say that Tamil is the only culture that has developed the ethics in this in an institutional form. But here, ethics has been developed into an institutional form. As if the ideological state apparatus, here, the ideological ethical apparatus. It is a very important contribution. Sociologists will say, there is a sociologist, what's his name? Max Weber. He studied the Protestant ethics. Do you know the most popular book of him? You must be knowing the Protestant ethics and the capitalist spirit. Protestant ethics. When Protestant emerged as a religion in 16th century, as a separate religion in 16th century, what its achievement philosophically or sociologically is, Protestant ethics came to produce a capitalist ethics, something like that. Max Weber studied. So it produced the business ethics. It produced the business discipline. It produced the culture of money. It is the religion of capital. And not in any bad sense, not in even Marxian sense, I am telling here. I am just telling a spirit of capitalism has been produced along with the production of Protestant ethics. That is Max Weber. That is a small, not very big book. Very easily you can read, but very important concept has been. It was challenged by Marxism also. Till date, Marxists are challenging Protestant ethics as it has been described by that gentleman, Max Weber. So, This is it is also an ideological, according to Max Weber, this is also an ideological institution. Christian religion, Protestant religion, in the point of view of Owen, that is Max Weber. And like that, in Tirukkural also, in Tamil also, we find ethics as an institution, ethics as an constructed structure, ethics as an earthly activity. Max Weber uses a concept, this worldly asceticism, a ascetic discipline in commerce, an ascetic discipline in education, an ascetic discipline in producing wealth, an ascetic discipline as if it is the calling. You must be knowing the concept of calling in Protestant interpretation of Bible. So this is the similarity you can find in Tirukkural ethics. Ethics has been made into a solid, materialistic, institutionalized structure. And finally, Tirukkural's ethics, or the ethics of Tirukkural, also can be understood thoroughly. A sociology of ethics, as if a sociological ethics. Tirukkural keeps on developing when a good society emerges. For a good society, for example, in Tirukkural, in a single chapter, 3 consecutive poems or Tirukkural poems, couplets are identifiable. I have selected the G.U. Pope translation of Tirukkural, and G.U. Pope identifies a society must be like full waters of a city tank. Anybody can come and touch it and take it and bring it. It is the commonwealth of society. Nowadays, a word has come, commonwealth also, a term. So full waters of a city tank. That is the right definition of a society, a state, a government, a community. These are the full waters of a city tank. It is in the G.U. Pope's translation. A tree that fruits in the hamlet's central mart. In a cities or in a township's central mart, a tree of fruits. Not only full water of city tank, but also fruitful tree, full of fruits, a tree. In the center of your cities, or what they call it, city market, main road. So the hamlet's central mart. Another one, unfailing tree that healing balm distills from every part. A tree which is full of medicine, a full born medicine. And from every part of it, it gives a healing medicine. It produces healing medicine. So unfailing tree that healing balm distills from every part. So it should be a good medicine. It should be full of fruits, fruit tree. It must be full of city tanks water, a lake or a pond's water. So these are the definitions for a good society, commonwealth. There is a concept even Western economics, capital as community capital. Community capital as the commonwealth. Why can't we move towards community capital? Such a discussions used to go in the Scandinavian welfare societies, like cooperative. Even in US, anarchists are proposing this model. In American society, the capitalist leader of the Western world, thorough differentiated, very interesting discussions are going on in this particular concept, community capital. And what does it mean? What does anarchist philosophy suggest? Anarchism is not a dangerous philosophy, by the way. Anarchism and communism usually go together in the Western history. And where communism is not pronounced openly, anarchism is pronounced in USA. So what I want to say is the ethics of Tirukural, the ethics of whatever we have discussed in Tamil context, it step by step moves towards its social form. And among the ethical literatures, not only Tirukural, so many other literatures, and particularly the epic Manimehalai, a Buddhist epic, Manimehalai, has the same properties. A begging bowl taken up by Manimehalai, the heroine of the epic, it transforms into Amudasurabi. Amudasurabi means unendingly giving you food. So Manimehalai has the proposal how to abolish hunger, how to destroy hunger. According to Manimehalai, human character can do. Human character must achieve it. Human character must develop towards it. Human character must develop a type of sociology as a community-oriented sociology, where hunger is destroyed, pasi is destroyed. Manimehalai was the first lady, mother, who discovered this ideal of, this utopia of, even, for example, if you want to call it is a utopia, I think you know the meaning of utopia. Utopia means an island which doesn't exist. But humans are trying for that, striving for that, imagining for that, dreaming for it. More and more with welfareness, fruits, water, medicines. In Tirukural, they are figured. Take all those three together and take it into Manimehalai. She will include it in her list of abolishing the hunger. So a begging bowl is transformed into Amudasurabi. Nothingness turned into everything. Nothingness turned into everything. A proletariat turns into the possessor of social power in Karl Marx's writing. So we find that from Tirukural ethics, we find commonness with Manimehalai's ethics, a comprehensive, holistic target of ethics, sociological ethics, social ethics. Compassion is the base, karuna, Buddha's karuna, Buddhist idea. Bodhi, I saw the Bodhi journal here. So we find in the ancient Tamils had the intelligence or have the potential ambition dream of utopia in Tamil. Usually, utopian studies in sociology, etc., when we study about utopia, we quote Thomas More, Robert Owen, Saint Fourier in France, etc., as the people to be quoted. But we find, you can find Robert Owen, or we can find a type of sociological ethics, social ethics, or a socialist ethics, or utopia in Tamil ethics, hailing from Tamil. A begging bowl transforms into a Mudasurabi. Endless food, endless food. With compassion, Manimehalai can discover, dream, Amudasurabi, an utopia. So, this ethics has transformed itself. It has traveled a bit distance and reached the concept of utopia, equality, everybody's land and everybody's life. So such a dreaming was there in Tamil ethics that we find. So I think this is what Tamil could provide through me. Tamil could what we can interpret in Tamil philosophy, Tamil ethics, a sociological, a socialistic dimension. Thank you. Thank you very much for the patient listening.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your enlightening ideas. I request Dr. Shahul Amir to conclude this second technical session.
Thank you, sir.
Thank
it
you.
was really an amazing presentation. And your lecture was covered all the philosophies and ethics by means of comparison study. I hope our participants, especially our students, will get a benefit of it. And now the forum is open to all the participants, particularly our students can raise the question to the resource person.
I request the participant to post your questions in the chat box.
Yes. You can raise the question either in English or in Tamil. It's up to your level of understanding.
Yeah. Eleven 11:40.
Yes, no, not time is 11:40.
They have time.
Yeah, we have time, sir. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Welcome, sir. Dear participants, students, hello.
Kindly post your questions in the chat box.
Yeah. You can post your question in the chat box.
The faculty members also may, if any point to be discussed.
Shall I ask you one question, sir?
Yes, sir, please, sir.
So
Please.
you made a reference about Tolkappiyam. If we can relate with the land ethic and make a comparison between land ethic and Tolkappiyam, is it not land ethics of Aldo Leopold? There is a
similarity.
similarity. It's it gives space for ethical relativism. You cannot talk about absolute point of view, anything. So ethics is contextual, social, cultural. So accordingly, you have to lead a way of life, prioritize things, and that's one thing.
Okay.
But when but at the other, if you look into Tirukural ethics, is the basis of Tirukural ethics hedonistic? Because pleasure has been given importance, and ultimately you are saying that impermanence that leads to suffering. That from there you have to talk about material well-being and so on and so forth. So, but can we reduce Tirukural ethics ultimately into hedonistic? That too, ethical, egoistic, hedonistic principle. At times, you were talking about that village tank or a community tank serves, feeds everyone in an equal way, and everyone can participate. And there is utilitarian, but it gives importance for the individual pleasure also. So there are multiple scope for that, or contradictory views are incorporated in that. How do we take it?
No, the word multiple is appropriate. And when you are thinking that multiple is contradictory, it may not be.
Sure.
Both the words came used by you consecutively, right? And another one, Thiruvalluvar's Nilayamai concept, impermanence, I used it for, from there, how you can move to dialectics. That is finding out an alternative, utopia, for example.
Sure.
The final part I explained, I came there, each there. So, Tukkam or Nilayamai, the impermanence is not used only for seeking pleasure, not only to go for alternative ways of finding how to succeed in achieving pleasures, etc. The main aim is that was the source, not only in the West as well as in the East, both the places. Impermanence is the opening key for then what is permanent? The question, what is permanent? So change is the eternal character. Change is the it keeps on moving. It keeps on producing, right? And I work hard today, and I understand instinctively that I can produce more. So I work more, and I become a better worker, or better technology I identify, find out, and keep on moving. So like that, starting from impermanency, the human beings are moving to dialectics. A big philosophy in Hegel and Marx, etc. You see, that is the thing. Not pleasure seeking again only.
But more or less, all ethical principles here seems to be prescriptive, giving directions to humanity. But of late, especially in the Western context, the focus is on meta-ethics, wherein the hermeneutical tradition, you interpret and you decide and contextualize anything.
Yes.
So is there any scope for those hermeneutical ethical basis for in ethics, Tirukural?
In Tamil, again, we have failed to construct our hermeneutics.
Okay.
But if you go near to our old texts, see, that so-called Urayasiriyar Marabu, right? Interpreting we have a very big tradition of interpretation, right? Only failure is, and interpretation was used to produce another philosophy, another school of philosophy. For example, in Vedic interpretation, they kept on introducing hermeneutic tools, and went to Dvaita or Vishishtadvaita or some other Veda, this Veda, that Veda. So till date it is produced. So we don't give adequate respect to the hermeneutic tradition. You see, that is our, we must have separate syllabus even to these three different, they are three different schools. They are not mere interpretations. And the interpretation was taking as an alternative or a substitute, exactly, for producing a school of philosophy. You see, such a games our fellows have played, right? Our hermeneuticians. But the orthodoxy only pulling all these differing views, right? And making them into one. The orthodoxy, because for a sociological purpose,
Okay.
they are making it to keep the Sanatana tradition intact. They erase away the interpretive opportunities and interpretive space that is co-living with the text, that is brought out from the text. So we have to travel a little from in our hermeneutic tradition also. There we will have so many opportunities. Heraclitus, how many pages he has written on dialectics, for example? Maybe may not be more than 2 or 3 pages.
Yeah, that's true.
But for 2000 years, the Western scholars have kept on interpreting these 2 pages of so-called dialectics, and they have brought out of Heraclitus a full-fledged school, Hegel, and from Hegel, Marx another full-fledged school, materialistic dialectics, right? And even after Marx, Althusser and others are saying Marxism is not complete. Marxism cannot be complete as a dialectical philosophy. So you can produce more there. So in philosophy, you are free to travel enjoyingly, playfully. You see, communists may be a little anger, but anyhow, right? And freedom of Marxist philosophy is there. So like that, you have to keep on.
And you have started your lecture with the naturalistic ethical basis of Tamil tradition, linking with Jainism, Buddhist thought, and Lokayatavada.
Yeah.
But there is a naturalistic fallacy, wherein you limit yourself only with the natural order. But from a philosophical angle, we have to go beyond that. And in that context, if we limit ourselves to only the naturalistic basis of ethics,
we don't suggest to stop it. Suggest. I agree.
Okay.
Yeah. Nature has its own games also.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yes. The book I didn't hear the title.
Land Ethic of Aldo Leopold. So, which forms the basis for the environmental ethics.
Okay. Yeah. You can. I'll try to.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any more questions from the students? Okay, fine, sir. So with this,
thank you.
Discussion, we close this session. Now I invite our Chandralekha to close this session.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yes. Now we will move to the third technical session. I'd like to welcome the chairperson of the third technical session, Dr. S. Luduraj, Assistant Professor, Department of Religion, Philosophy and Sociology. His area of specialization is classical and contemporary Indian philosophy, aesthetics, ethics, human values development, social issues and value stand. His area of research is socio-political philosophy. He is holding the position like REPH, co-president for RPS Students Association, member in admission committee, and serving as a NCC Navy officer. I welcome you, sir. Take over the third technical session of this online seminar. Yes, sir. I welcome Dr. S. Ludhraj to take over this third session.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Am I audible now?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, Professor.
Good afternoon. Once again, I welcome you all for the third session on religious harmony, and it's a need of the hour. Now, let us introduce the resource person, Mrs. Jyoti Pradeep, is working as an assistant professor in the Department of Philosophy, Ramnarayan Via Autonomous College, Mumbai, Maharashtra since 2009. Her area of specialization in philosophy of religion, Indian philosophy, and Ambedkar Buddhism. She has published 5 research papers in journals of national and international level. She has presented 15 research papers at national and international seminars and participated in 23 workshops, seminars, and conferences. She has invited as a resource person in seminars and conferences, also guided students for preparation of SLET-NET examination. She has delivered several public lectures in Mumbai. She is the recipient of minor research grant from UGC. She is doing her doctoral thesis on Dr. B.R. Ambedkar's Buddhism and Vipassana meditation from the Department of Philosophy, University of Mumbai. As an eminent personality in our midst, now I invite Mr. Jyoti to present a paper. After that, we will have a question session. Then we will move to the valedictory function. Over to Mr. Jyoti.
Thank you so much, sir. I first of all wanted to thank to all the organizing committee for inviting me here to present my paper. So I thank you each and everyone right here. Good afternoon, everyone. First, and the most important thing is for every seminar is the title given to you. Keeping in mind the title, we need to understand how to have its effective application as far as today's contextual situation is concerned. So that I start with my presentation. The title is given to me, that is Religious Harmony and its Need for Contemporary Society. To begin with this paper, first, I would like to highlight some important points which we need to understand. That is, for all of us, the concept of religion is totally different from our very own subjective interest. For some of us, it's nothing but the spiritual enlightenment. For some of us, it's nothing but a social application of your principles, that is moral principle. And most of us, it is all about having that coexistence, that peaceful coexistence, that is to in a harmonious way. In order to understand its essence, in order to understand its effectiveness, I take this call and present this paper in front of you all. That is religious harmony and its need for contemporary society. In the contemporary world, need of religious harmony is prerequisite for the deconstruction of social inequality. This paper is an attempt to investigate the need of religious harmony with the analytical approach to coexistence with other religions. However, the unity in diversity is an attempt to cultivate ensuring unity and solidarity among fellow beings. The foundation of harmonious society is based on religious practices with its universal application. However, in country like India, multi-religions and its plural aspects needed inter-religious dialogue and its connectedness to peace in the society. In every religion, there is a social system and tradition too. The most important mark of this social system is belief in the existence of God. Now, I first of all need to put that understanding where exactly we wanted to understand the perspective on which we are talking right here. That is religious harmony. That first we need to understand how to cultivate that. It's not just about that having one set of rule or having some set of principle which has been given to you by your own religious tradition. We are always given some set of ritual performances, But we fail to understand the highest ultimate aim, which is defined as a liberation, mukti, moksha. But parallel to that, we need to understand it is all about moksha, mukti from all that social suffering. Then how to have that? Almost all religion is talking about its peaceful movement. It's just the matter of joining hand together, putting dialogue into the discussion, and finding some common way of path, or finding some common path on which we all together can walk. But where exactly the hindrance come? The hindrance exactly comes in between your barriers, which you have already given to your own self. That is, it's not just going beyond your given set of rules. Once an individual person have understood his own religious custom, there would be hardly any quarrel such. It's just because that understanding is all about how to go in further progresses. This is what we need to understand into the discussion. Now here, in every religion, there is a social system and tradition. The most important mark of this social system is belief in the existence of God. The relevance in practices such as prayer, worship, and ritual performances, and need of ethical and social upliftment of harmonious society. Now, how to have that? How to have that relevance and practices such as prayer, worship, and ritual performances, and need of ethics for the social upliftment of harmonious society. Now, if you will look into Hinduism, Buddhism, Jainism, Islam, each religion has its own ethical perspective. Different ethical perspective exactly centers its attention on how to have a peaceful living being. So it's not just about you are talking about ritual performances. It's all about how far you can go through with that, sense of understanding which connects you to your well-being. In short, in an example, say for example, any form of prayer is quite similar to the other form of prayer to the other religion. Say for example, fasting. Say for example, any ritual performances, bowing down, showing respect to the elders. These are the different performances. These are the different practices which exactly centers around that how to have a respectful atmosphere around in order to have that peaceful experiences. So those small ritual prospects or perspective understanding exactly takes all of us through to have that binding kind of a feeling. And that is what is really expected. Now, the second criterion is religion-wise, there are the different perspectives such as monotheistic religion, theistic religion. Some of them they follow the authority of Vedas in major, and some of them they reject the authorities of Vedas like Buddhism and Jainism. Irrespective of that, they believe in what? Following some principles which are very core in its sense, which are very socially applicable. Let's take for example, like whatever quite similar features are there in Buddhism, like not to kill, not to steal, not to take strengthenly from the others, not to indulge in any sexual misconduct, are common in nature, which are very universal in nature. And that is the case why in most of the quotation in Tripitaka, it says all the precepts are meant for every person, irrespective of any caste, any religion. It is one and same for all. It is like a natural principle. It is like law of nature. We have seen most of the time that if we are following some orders, some legalized order, you are likely not going to be punished. Okay. So it is like very understanding that you are following some set of rules, regulation in civil society, you are likely not be going to be punished. But on the contrary, as far as these religious principles are concerned, if you diligently follow the same, you will be going to have its merits. That is the very difference in religious perspective. And the merits are none other than you begin with creating a peaceful atmosphere around you. Once you started implementing each and every its core principle into practices. So this is the very idea we need to understand. So belief at one point is a very core part of religious practices. But at the same time, if you put belief in having, common thing, common feeling, like we are all, it's like a common area or space for brotherhood and sisterhood. So that will be going to give you them some sense of responsibility, which is very core part of almost all religion. Now coming back to the second point, that is, what do you mean by social system? Social system is not mean for uplifting only an individual person. It is like in collective, we are, we are moving ahead for the best, moving ahead for the best for the society. It's like for giving back to the society. The very idea has been, given by the many other religions too. Say, for example, in Hinduism, the very concept called by Santa Jnaneshwar, he also discusses the same thing with the citation of his Pasayadana. Pasayadana is the smallest commentary of Bhagavad Gita. In its smallest poetry, it discusses about let the all mankind be happy, let the all mankind be satisfied. But in the initial phrases, he exactly discusses about let the evil-minded people get rid with their evil thought in order to create peaceful society. So it is exactly indicating the same, that mystic people like Santa Jnaneshwar, Santa Laleshwari, then Saint Avila, all of them are there on the right page, provided they're talking about their own perspectives. This is what is the common thing which we are trying to find it out, how to have a religious harmony in contemporary society. Now moving on to the next is belief in the existence of God. Belief in the existence of God can exactly connect you through to have some sense of belief which is not going to allow you to have some harmful incidences, like participating in warfare, participating in anything which will hamper on other people's upliftment for their social progresses. If you do that, so that belief is a core part of almost all religion. There would be no any criterion such. But here exactly what contradicts, I said, its contradiction is all about understanding its in between the lines, what is exactly meant for human person. That is what is the need of the time. Now moving ahead, the relevance of the practices such as prayer, worship, ritual performances, and need of ethics for the social upliftment of harmonious society. But as a social system, how these religious features lead to a religious harmony is dependent on upliftment of social order. Now, uplifting social order is a matter of concern. It is a main criterion of almost all religion. That is the case why in form of some charity has been discussed in Bhagavad Gita in a form of sacrifice. In a form of sacrifice, we always have its negative connotation. But if you will look into original Bhagavad Gita, it exactly discusses from the very perspective called that you are supposed to pour in the fire of Agni, in the fire of Yajna, you are supposed to pour your ego. You're supposed to pour your self-interest in order to understand the common, benefit of all. So here, this exactly indicates through scriptures, through, text, religious testimonies, indicate exactly each and every part of your life is really meaningful in order to create that peaceful society. So this is one common thing which we can see. This is one point of perspective. On the contrary, if you look into Christianity, that love to the mankind, the message which has been sent to Almighty God, Jesus Christ, to the Son of God, is none other than to have that, feeling of love toward the mankind. And that has been beautifully picturized, that no matter what people do, it is totally dependent on their merit and demerit. So we promote what? Merit. We promote merits in order to have that coexistence successful. Now, in contrary, like Indian multi-religious society, and its unity lies in understanding common ground of peace, which is dependent on religious principle. Each religion principle has its own core understanding into it. It is often claimed that religion causes conflict and war. It always understood that religion causes conflict and war. And that is the case why very idea comes into the mind of an individual. Instead of having some very idea, it's the most important responsibility is to get back to your religious text, get back to your religious scripture, which exactly indicates the right path for your fulfillment, which doesn't have any single word about warfare. Now, in order to understand this, then where exactly in the picture, the whole picture, this Kurukshetra war comes, where exactly it indicates, which is the main part of the epic. And the Bhagavad Gita very falls in at the middle part of the Mahabharata epic. So how to have that? How to have the very understanding when we talk about war? It's all about here understanding what is dharma, what is your swadharma, what is given duty to you, and what is your purushartha. What is your purushartha? What is you are really meant for in your given life? Once we have understood this, there would be no any quarrel such. There would be no any discrepancy based on religious practices. It is just because of some political interferences or some dominance of ideology, we do have that disharmony or conflict such. Otherwise, there is no other religious scripture which indicates war is important, which indicates conflict is necessary prerequisite parts of human life. On the contrary, it discusses that have common sphere of life where every individual can live their life peacefully in a dignified way. This is the very idea has been discussed. So coming back to the same dialogue. So war as a Kurukshetra war is about war for your righteousness. At the very beginning, it discusses that you have to fight for your righteous action. And that righteous action is none other than given as per your given circumstances, to represent circumstances. That is what is the very idea about this. So this common ground we need to understand about religious society and its individual role into it. Now, moving ahead into the discussion, it is often claimed that religion causes conflict and war. A message of peace and love toward others in at the heart of all is the major part of the world religion. There was a beautiful speech given by Dalai Lama. When he was addressing to the people, he said that war lies in the mind of an individual. In this context, he narrated about the story where Lord Buddha, he encountered with the situation. The situation was very such as being in the Shakya Sangha, there was a war announced about the water, sharing of the water at that time when he was a Siddhartha. And then it just eventually happened that he was the only one fellow that he was against war. And hence, it lead with what? The concluding remark that whosoever only one individual represents goes against of the Sangha rules are liable for the punishment. And it is followed with two conditions. Being a king son, you are supposed to leave everything aside and go back to exile. And if that is not so, your family, an entire family, you are supposed to go into exile. He chosen first one. And that is how it begins with. So Siddhartha became Buddha, it just because he avoided war. So we have to first, so Dalai Lama in concluding session, he says, first of all, we need to understand where exactly that war starts with. It starts in your mind. It starts in your own thought processes. And that is how you exactly started having its repercussion in society. So hence we can stop right here, thought processes which can lead to a disharmony. So that is what is the main criterion. Now let us illustrate on this point, which is more prominent in religious practices. More prominent in religious practices is not only about religious performances or ceremonies. It exactly major part of it also talks about some practices such as giving back to humanity, giving back to the society in form of some charity, some dana, performances. At the same time, even Buddhism says it is like Bahujan Hitaya, Bahujan Sukhaya, and Lokanukampaya. Bahujan Hitaya, Bahujan Sukhaya. It's for the well-being of the society. Same has been defined by Mahatma Gandhiji in form of Sarvodaya, that is upliftment of all mankind. But while discussing that, so he also promote the same principle. That principle is based on Anasakti Yoga. Anasakti yoga is very much similar to Bhagavad Gita. That is called it as detachment. So once you are detached to your given circumstances, it's not just about anasakti, and detachment is none other than two forms of the same coin. Defines that you must have some binding, but it's not, it's just for the sake of your surviving, but not for the sake of some fruitive actions, not for your desirous action such. So that is called its detachment. So this very idea have been discussed by all the movement people, all the freedom fighter, all the self-actualized people are none other than exactly direct all of us through the harmonious society. It's just the matter of fact we need to understand or introspect so well. Moving ahead into the discussion, now here, second criterion of every religion is based on liberation. Karma practices, faith, and its connectedness to brotherhood approaches. Practice of karma on the basis of scripture and practice of karma must be based on a scripture, provided with its principle, followed with some ethicality into it. But we need to understand its deconstruction. What do you mean by this deconstruction right here? Deconstructing which idea exactly leads to your some ideological sense of responsibility, that you are sticking to your own ideas in a such a way that you fail to have a religious dialogue with the other world, with the rest of the people. That we have to separate such, then only that interreligious dialogue gets fruitful for the peaceful society. Therefore, this paper exactly highlights main three criterion into the discussion. The first is understanding universal features of religion. Now, how to understand the universal feature of religion? In every religion, there are some similarities and differences. Promotion of similarities can lead to strengthen rational approach to create common space for peaceful living. If at all we wanted to introspect on differences to the high, we ended up finding some conflict at our resolution, which we wanted to avoid as fast as we can, so that there would be some common ground onto which we can have some decision making. Now, having that strengthening your rational approach is none other than exchanging your emotional thought on the basis of its ground, which leads to every one of us, which leads to every man successfully. Now, religion in one sense is means of satisfying the hunger of soul for attaining a status which is free from mundane existence, and there is no reason for quarrel if people of different tradition make effort for satisfy hunger in their own way. The meaning of peaceful coexistence is dependent on apprehension of common hunger. Now here exactly the main criterion of this discussion is religious perspective more concentrate on that hunger which is freedom from your existence, that is attaining that liberation, free your soul from the very attachment and get into the divinity. The same has been beautifully described in Bhagavad Gita as well as in Jainism, but provided the differences lies in what? That in order to attain that, first and the most prerequisite is to attain the best of yours. If you will look into the chapter of Bhagavad Gita, the Kshetrajna chapter discusses exactly the same. In order to attain the highest divinity, first of all, you need to understand your given kshetra, your given land, which is given by Almighty Lord. Now, this is what is exactly introspect what? First of all, you have to win that kind of struggle, which is exactly given into your given space. That is called kshetra, according to Gita. And then only Kshetrajna gets possible. Now, Kshetrajna is a very beautiful term, discusses that you become one with highest Brahman. You becomes one with the Almighty Lord. The same component lies here in Jainism, but in different sense of understanding. Jainism believe in what? The soul is in pure form. Soul is already in pure form. It just because of our layers, which we have put up since long, due to that, we are completely ignorant. In order to understand that, in order to reach to that purity, we have to give up all those activities which bind us in a wrong way, in a diverted way. As soon as you reach to that, you can reach to that pure soul, and your pure soul get liberated with. But if you will same compare to this to Buddhism, you will be going to have a other set of discussion. But criterion remains the same. Buddhism believes in what? They do not believe in the existence of soul. They believe in consciousness. At the death of an individual, there would be no soul which migrate from one body to the other. But at the same time, it believes that here at this juncture, you will be going to pass on with some set of conscious desire into the next birth. That will be the next birth of your desire, unfulfilled desire, according to Buddhism. Now, if you will pay attention, even in Hinduism, in Jainism, in Buddhism, the first most important step is to cleanse your mind, to cleanse all your impurity which become hinders to the society, which become which hinders to the societal upliftment. As soon as you overcome with that, you become pure in its form. That is the very understanding of enlightenment, moksha, mukti per se. But then what happens after that? Again, there is a similarity according to religion. What is that? Once you become an enlightened person, you ended up serving society. The same thing happened with the Lord Buddha. Same thing happened with many self-actualized people. Same thing happened with some moment people. Once they tune with this very idea that what is common in religion, once they infused with this very idea, they started showering their compassion in the form of social upliftment, sharing something to society for the social upliftment. That is exactly diverting all of us through having harmonious society. There are various examples to this, like from Kashmir Shaivite, there are different examples. From mystical experiences are none other than moral experiences, which discusses about once you experience that the highest divinity state, you are ended up finding only having compassion to your fellow beings. That shower of compassion, that shower of friendliness, you ended up finding that. And that exactly directs you through to lead something which can be very peaceful to one and all. Now moving ahead into the discussion. Now here, religion is one sense is means of satisfying the hunger of soul for attaining a status which is free from mundane existence. There is no reason for quarrel if people of different tradition make efforts for satisfying hunger in its own way. So here, that hunger is exactly about not only about your hunger for the soul, but at the same time, hunger which is very physical in its sense. And once together we come right here, together irrespective of all religion, we come here, we will be definitely going to have some moment or the other where there would be some solution to some social problems. Now, the meaning of peaceful coexistence is dependent on apprehension of common hunger. It is all about apprehension of common hunger. However, prior to the need for the divine status and the hunger of the soul, finding necessities to fulfill physical hunger is prerequisite. Now, moreover, all the religion talks about the same. Dana in the form of charity, giving something to the societal needs. That is also one form or the other, which is common in Hinduism, so as in Islam, so as in Jainism. All of them are talking about the same dana, charity in its sense. So that is exactly leading us through some societal welfare. Now, charity is a central aspect of many religions. In Hinduism, this practice is also known as sacrifice. In Bhagavad Gita, it expresses in form of performances of yajna. Where in Islam, alms giving, it is called as, there is a similarity in between both. That is, in Islam, it is called it as alms giving is a form of giving alms to a poor and needy in each other's essential duty of all Muslims. Moreover, in Jainism, the same concept, the same very concept is called it as Athithi Samavibhaga Vrata. Athithi Samavibhaga Vrata is none other than having some sharing responsibility, whatever you have accumulated, refers to offering dana to the needy and deserving people. Now, this central core concept is exactly concentrating on what? That whatever belongs to you, you have to give it back to the society. This very idea has been also given by Dr. B.R. Ambedkar at one of his speech. He says that you have to give your 1/3 of share, 20% of your income for the society welfare. It is in the form of you are going to give back to the society. So all these are different perspective. If we look minutely, it exactly indicating to the peaceful living and creating some common peaceful life to all mankind. Now, the second criterion of this paper exactly concentrate on religious responsibility to reduce social problems. Now we connect to this, that religious, what would be the religious responsibility in order to overcome with some social problem? So some social problem which exactly indicates, hinders to your some barriers. Like in order to avoid inter-religious conflict based on religious practices, must concentrate on social problems. Problems such as poverty, crime against women, corruption, changing profile of crime, child abuse, and interpersonal conflict. Now, interpersonal conflict is very individual in its nature. But if you will look into its very perspective, we'll be going to find it the some way or the other. Say, for example, it's all about finding some solution for the social problems which are happening around, and how far your religious practices helps you through this kind of reducing with the social problems. Now here, disparity in interfaith dialogue cannot lead to a solution. Disparity in interfaith dialogue cannot lead to a solution. At the same juncture, Dalai Lama also addressed to the gathering that why need of interfaith dialogue is essential in human life. It's all because anybody, the individual person cannot grasp whatever has been described by other religion as far as faith is concerned. Now, faith is very personal in its sense, but if we concentrate well on it, it's all about finding some connectivity. So here we have to find that connectivity with our practices to have some friendliness approach to the human person. Now, disparity in interfaith dialogue cannot lead to a solution. Though a faith is a personal criterion to a human person, however, interfaith dialogue can heal the beginning of conflict which start in mind and ends in action. Faith is a compassionate binding process in which man can find a way of hope for peaceful living. Coexistence with rational belief and practices, tolerance is an effective application of universal religious principle. All religions have its ethical core. All religion has its ethical core. Common religious principles can curb social evil, which starts with the moral evil. Now we must understand with a religious ground, what do you mean by social evil? What do you mean by moral evil? Must we understand that there would be at least some solution or the other in finding out some common conclusions to any problem. All the religion has some common principles into it. How to have a friendly approach to the others, how to share that compassionate attitude, how to have some common way of thinking, how to have that common way of thinking on well-being. So that is what is main concern right here. Now, if I'm talking about moral evil, is none other than suffering concept has been discussed in almost all religion. But in some religion, it discusses, like in Hinduism, it talks about, it's almost all about your purva sanchita karma, accumulated karma. In Buddhism, it is none other than discusses whatever you do right here in this present life, you will be going to have its repercussion right there. Its effect will be going to be there in the present life itself. So the idea may be very in discussion, but once we understand how to resolve with that suffering, directly, indirectly, that social issues may overcome with, because any suffering starts with individual person and ended up having conflict in the society. So once we understood this very idea, a religious idea behind all the religious perspective about how to control moral evil, soon there will be a situation where we can overcome with some conflict such. All the religions have yes. However, ethical principles such as not to kill, not to steal, not to indulge in any sexual misconduct, not to be intoxicants can help in reduce social problems in society. Now there would be many criterion such discussed in different religion respectively. Say, for example, in Hinduism, it talks about how to have detachment, how to attain that sthita prajna. Sthita prajna is none other than the highest state of mindful practices. So as in similar line discussed in Buddhism in a form of, Sthita Prajna in the form of Mahasati Patthana Sutta, it talks exactly about the same mindfulness practice of your control set of mind. So there are similar line discussed almost in all religion. It is just the matter of fact, understanding all of them for creating harmonious society. And the third criterion of this research paper exactly talks about engaging oneself in harmonious coexistence. It is very important to have some engagement or the other, provided that engagement must be dependent on your well-being with others. Harmonious coexistence is not only dependent on sharing space, but also in thinking on well-being of all people. And engagement in loving kindness, which is very well expressed in Buddhism, that is for Brahma Vihara, that is Karuna, Maitri, Mudita, Upeksha. Having some friendly approaches. Mudita is none other than feeling happy in others' happiness. Then Karuna is nothing but compassionate approach. It's not just about feeling empathetic approach instead of sympathetic way. And then Upekka is none other than not to expect anything, being detached from given circumstances. Once person engages with that so, hardly there would be a scope to create some conflict in the society if one introspects successfully so well on his given set of mind. Now here, similar in the same line, almost all mystical experienced people, mystic people have talked about the same. In Santa Laleshwari case, she exactly says the same thing, that in order to overcome with the suffering, let me remain in suffering for some time in order to realize that I am very much connected to my Almighty Lord. Being a Kashmir Shaivite, she was staunch believer of Lord Shiva. And having said that, she says she believes in that both things happen simultaneously. You are suffering and at the same time it's repercussion. But once you understood that, once you find that how to have a control over your suffering, you ended up finding not to spread in the society. So it exactly indicates what? That almost all the traditions in religious systems, they talked about well-being of all people. It's not just about it is guiding you through for your liberation. It is taking you through to your mukti or moksha. It is like putting one step into the ocean of liberation where we all together are sharing the same space. Like, so the same similar line discussed by Mahatma Gandhi ji in a form of Sarvodaya, in a form of Jnaneshwara's Pasaya Dana, and in a similar line, Lord Buddha's Metta Bhavana, that is kindliness approach toward all mankind. So this is the very idea indicates that how to have a religious harmony in the contemporary society with respect to your religious practices. It's not just about what practice have been given to you. It is all about how to have a effective rational practices in order to understand it is common peaceful well-being for one and for all. This is what is my research paper. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much for this wonderful paper. Really, it is useful to understand religion in this contemporary society, the technocratic society also. Now, let us move to the question session. If you have any doubts or anything to say, any suggestions, we shall ask now. Any questions? Ma'am, shall we wait 1 minute, and if you don't have any questions, we shall move to the next session.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Dear participants, if you have any questions, please post in the chat box.
Hello. Hello. I have a question here. I'm Dr.
Yeah,
Shaul. Yeah, I'm Dr. Shaul Amir. To the presenter, I have a question about communal harmony in India. We know that Indian philosophy and religion blend into one another. It means we cannot separate Indian philosophy and religion. In Indian philosophical approaches, we have Astika, Nastika interpretation of ideas and matter. Then what is the role of Lokayata in religious harmony?
Okay, thank you so much for this question, sir. First of all, we need to understand Lokayata's perspective is very common in its discussion. It is quite similar to the Buddhist perspective. It is exactly talking about that though you are not following the authority of Veda, but given set of some ethical principle you must follow with. So once you have started following, it's like in Buddhism, in Tripitaka, it also says that you're supposed to, monks were supposed to follow more than 300 principles, 300 precepts. On the contrary, for female, it was like more than 350. So why that difference? So it's just because for their protection. It's just because of having some regulation in Sangha. So in a similar line, if you follow some ethical principle, then it will be definitely going to have some kushala karma, its effect in society. So no matter you whether believe in existence of God, you're astika, nastika. So that is what is exactly main indication. And would like to have some other further reading on it. Thank you.
Anything, any question?
Sir, I have one question, sir.
Please, sir. Please.
Ma'am, though the underlying principle behind all the religions is one and the same, each religion is trying to promote the supremacy of its own deity. So being a practitioner of that particular religion, how can we expect that person to promote harmony in the contemporary society?
Thank you so much for this question. It's all on religious, religious holders. It's like a religious priest, religious, authorities. institution, they have to come together and join hand in spreading some awareness on how to have an effective coexistence, that is to with a tolerance approach. It's not in a negative connotation. It's very much in a positive way that we are sharing the same space. We are sharing same time. In between that, whatever we do have, it's all about our karma. It's all about our practice of karma. It's all about your performances, how you give it back to the society. So personally, I believe if religious leaders, all the stakeholders, if they join hand together, education institution, if they join hand together, there would be definitely positive connotation to this very concept called tolerance. Thank you. I just wanted to again add a little into it. We are taking it, the supremacy, very supremacy idea in a very personalistic way. It has to be there, of course. One has to struggle for their own enlightenment. No doubt in that. It's like you're walking on the path of liberation described by Bhagavad Gita. There is a bhakti, there is a karma marga, there is a jnana marga. But Bhagavad Gita altogether again discusses that three together, synthesis together, can also lead to the upliftment. It leads to the enlightenment. So that supremacy, the very idea of supremacy exactly comes from what? Your dedicated action, your swadharma. You have to follow your given duty in a given period of time. Then only the highest attainment, your liberation gets possible. It's not just like you are struggling for your highest Brahman or your liberation and altogether you are a free person, you are an enlightened one. No, for the same, you have to follow diligently your given karma, which is known as swadharma, which is exactly similar in Buddhism as well. That in order to get enlightened, first of all, you have to cleanse your mind. You have to cleanse your mind. There would be no evil at all. So these are the quite different, perspective, but exactly takes you through to the same supremacy. So that supremacy idea has been described differently, but yet the destiny is the same. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good. Any questions? Or I shall move. Yeah, once again, I thank you, ma'am, for this wonderful paper and for the discussion also. All the participants and dear professors, thank you very much. And we shall move into the valedictory function now. Over to Bala.
So before that, I'm inviting Dr. Prem Kumar, Assistant Professor,
please.
to conclude 3 sessions.
Good afternoon. I have been asked to conclude or give the gist of these 3 sessions. And, originally, this seminar was planned in such a way to reflect upon emerging trends in society, ethical issues and emerging trends, especially certain controversial or pertinent issues that needs to be answered, and wherein as philosophers, as sociologists, as religious people have to take a stand. But we have now listened to a very versatile, multiple perspectives, one from the sociological research and ethics, and another one from Tamil ethics and Tamil tradition, and another third one, religious harmony. And it's a very elaborative presentation. All the 3 presentations are very elaborative, meaningful. But let me take up one after the another. The first session given by Professor Bino. Am I right? The name is, am I correctly saying that?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And he went into the research issues. What are the as a researcher, how one researcher should pursue his research from an ethical standpoint. But I didn't have a time to have interaction in that particular session because there was no time, I think. And if he is right now available online, I think he can complement my ideas also. It was expected that a sociological research should be taken or undertaken within a theoretical perspective. Otherwise, it becomes a very commonsensical perspective. Because when it comes to the question of society, or when it comes to the question of religion, everyone thinks that anyone can contribute in his own way. Even philosophy. Nowadays we come across some writings on behind the autos, and everyone will comes out his own ideas or her own idea. But it's a very philosophy, religion, sociology are all highly technical subject. So there are specific theoretical orientation from which you have to analyze a particular problem. So with the issues raised by Mr. Binu, instead of course, there are morals, ethical issues. What he was, presenting, there was a lot of moral and ethical issues. But within the sociological research, by which I mean, if you undertake sociological research with a specific perspective, a theory, there are multiple ethical orientation on that. So ultimately, sociology as a science aims at, bringing in justice, equality, and ultimately change. I was talking about bring about change in society, in individual, and as well as in the world. So for which you need to have a proper footing in a particular theory. So in that context, I think if it has been elaborated from that angle rather than moral prescription of a researcher, that's okay. That as Dr. Anurama said, that has to be followed not only in sociological research, but in every other research you have to follow. What Mr. Binu has said was applicable to not specifically sociological research, but to all other researchers. In that sense, I think it has to be much more elaborative, and otherwise it's well taken, very nice presentation. And with regard to Tamil tradition, ethics in Tamil, so well articulated paper, ideas are really flown, original and creative. And Dr. Muthumohan traces the history of ethics in the Tamil tradition, starting from the Sangam literature, and said it has some similarity or basis in the Jaina, Buddha, Logayada tradition, claiming that it is naturalistic, that by which, ethics is something to do with the natural order, or which is maybe very, you can take it biological, which is naturally destined, and ultimately it has to be taken to the root of material things like that. So from there he traces the ethics of Tirukural, then moved on to ethics of Silapadiharam, and everything in detail he discussed. So the journey in Tamil ethics is moving towards certain universal framework of emancipation, justice, and well-being of all, ultimately pointing to the universalism or utilitarianism, the welfare and the maximum happiness for maximum people. So has a material basis and devoid of religious basis, highly this worldly, and therefore it points to certain universal common good from a purely social, political, economic point of view. So only in this context he brought in Karl Marx and Weber and others. So that was very interesting. And the third presenter, in a very beautiful way, talked about the religious, tolerance and harmony, and what is needed. Especially, she traced everything from the Indian Hindu religious point of view. Very wonderfully presented. What I liked very much was she traced the universality of all religions, wherein ultimately you have to move towards becoming or being one with the ultimate truth. You call it as Brahman, or from other religious point of view, maybe some other god. So that was wonderfully articulated, justified. And another interesting issue she was taken was if you want to have harmony, you have to interact. So you have to follow the Swadharma, and you have to realize the ultimate truth from my inner subjective experience, and ultimately you become one with that. And only if you know about your own context, you can interact with the other religious traditions, enter into a dialogue. All religion has, she very specifically identified certain universal elements in all religions, in terms of traced, in terms of ultimate reality, in terms of karma, and in terms of knowledge. So 3 different angles, she explored everything in a very beautiful way, and it was well said and taken. And I think the very purpose of this seminar is fulfilled now. In this context, especially religious controversy, we are right now in every religious people claiming their own understanding of their life, the society, and things like that. So in this context, it's very meaningful. And tracing the Tamil tradition, which is around 2,500 years to 3,000 years old, it's something good because it provides a direction for us even now. It points to certain universal goodness, ultimate goodness, the common good. So for which we have to move towards in this context. And also, as a researcher, certain prescription given by Dr. Binu, which not only the sociologists, but everyone should follow as an academician, is well taken. So thank you very much. I think all the students, people, and others who are listening to this seminar might be benefited. Thank you, one and all. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Could you
It
hear
was
me?
a great presentation and conclusion, sir. Dr. Prem Kumar, sir. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Okay. The time has come to draw a curtain to our program. Good afternoon and welcome to you all to this valedictory session of this National Online Seminar, Ethics and Society, Emerging Trends. As we come to the valedictory function, I now welcome all the participants. I am sure that the participants must have benefited by attending the seminar. I would like to invite Dr. W. Prince Ernest, Assistant Professor, Department of Religion, Philosophy and Sociology, the American College. He has joined as a faculty in the college in the year 2014, the Department of Religion, Sociology and Philosophy. His area of specialization is Indian philosophy, Western philosophy, value education, life skills and service learning. He has presented and published papers in conference and seminars. He is a member in various college activities and is the SLP program officer. I welcome you, sir, to give the welcome address for this valedictory session.
Once again, a very warm welcome to one and all. It's my pleasure for receiving an opportunity to share the welcome address for this valedictory function. After all, sorry. After a long session, we have come to the concluding part. The session this morning is all started off with the inaugural function where Dr. Paran Somani started off the deliberation about this ethics, and she elicited few thoughts about ethics from individual perspective and also towards interactive perspective. And also she concluded that to have a better understanding of ethics, we should be ourselves and we should be ethical, and also we need to be the change maker for the society. And followed by inaugural address by our principal and secretary, Dr. he also given his address, and while he was addressing, he posed a relevant question to everyone. What is our contribution to the society in the backdrop of ethics? So this question remains open to all of us till now. And followed by, we had 3 technical sessions, and each one focusing on a different dimension, one from sociology, one from philosophy, and one from religion. And a fruitful and meaningful session that we have. And right now we are in the valedictory function, and followed by my welcome address. We have with us Dr. Gandhipati, Dean of Arts from Vaishnav College for Women, Chennai. Will be giving a valedictory address here with us, and followed by a speech from our principal and secretary, an overview of the seminar, and followed by vote of thanks by Dr. V. Krishna from the Department of RPS, the American College. And for this session, I think we all are present here to conclude. I want to once again, I welcome all the dignitaries, faculty members, student participants, and all other participants. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I welcome Dr. K. Gandhimati, Dean of Arts, Assistant Professor, SNDB Vaishnav College for Women, Autonomous, Chromepet, Chennai, to give valedictory address. Ma'am has done a PhD in IIT Madras and PG certificate course in teaching English in English and Foreign Language University, Hyderabad. She has cleared her UGC NET in June 1999. She has served as a teaching faculty in RV Government Arts College, Chengalpet, and GSS Jain College. And she served as a teaching assistant in the Department of Humanities and Social Science, IIT Madras. And she worked as a faculty research associate in SRM University, Chennai. Currently, she is working in SDNB Vaishnav College, Chennai. She has more than 21 years of teaching experience. She is a visiting faculty in IIT Madras since 2016. She has published more than 50 articles in various national and international journals. She is a member in various professional bodies. She is guiding PG and PhD scholars. She has done UGC funded research projects. She served as an external examiner in PhD public viva-voce examination. She was a gold medalist in UG level. Her papers received Best Conference Paper Award. She has received Abdul Kalam Teaching Excellence Award and a Promising Young Researcher Award. I welcome you, ma'am, to give the valedictory address.
Thank you. I hope I am audible.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I'll just start sharing my screen. Please let me know if it is visible.
Yes.
So at the outset, I would like to thank the organizers of this conference, the Department of Religion, Philosophy and Sociology of American College, and Bodhi International Journal for this opportunity. And I must congratulate the organizers of this conference for having chosen a very relevant topic, ethics and society, the emerging trends or the recent trends which we find in the society related to ethical issues. A great job done by the organizers. I hope my presentation is visible.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you. Fine. So I thought I'll talk, since we have students also attending this seminar, I thought I will touch upon ethics in this tech world, or that's techno world, a technology driven world, because we have so much of technology all around us. And I felt that we should address this issue of ethics in society where we have too much of technology all around us. So that's why I have chosen to talk on this topic, ethics in tech world. Yeah, there's a lot of deliberation or discussion already on this ethics. What is ethics? Why is it important? And from this different perspectives, from the perspective of religion, from the perspective of literature and all that. So a very simple way of understanding ethics deals with placing value on some kind of an act, which is either good or bad. And every society has a set of ethical rules or laws, and all these ethical rules and laws are formed after consensus, which is arrived at by the society. Sometimes these laws are written, the rules are written. And now that we are in this technology driven world, what are the moral principles that we should follow? What are the set of values that we should follow? What are the rights and wrongs? What are the fair and unfair practices, just and unjust practices that we should be taking up? All these are what we should be concerned about, because we are now digital citizens, and we are in a compelling position to talk about ethics with regard to the technology that we are using. And I'm sure everybody will agree, all the participants of this seminar will agree that we were thrown into this technology too much. We were thrown into too much of technology recently, and we are still not out of it completely. The pandemic had placed us in a position where we were not ready, or we were not prepared to handle so many things related to technology. But we were a part of this sorry, techno-driven world, and we were not educated about it. We did not know the ethics and practice, ethics, rules, laws, rights regarding that. And we started using it extensively without understanding the nitty-gritties of it. So probably there are some ethics that are to be followed when we are using a lot of technology. We must have heard about it. I'm sure all of you must have heard about it. It's just that we have to keep reminding ourselves that, are we ethical? Are we practicing? Are we doing the right practice? Are we following the right steps? And being educationists, and since many attendees of the seminar are educationists, educators and learners are also attending this, I thought it should be better for us to remind us once again, probably remind us. I'm not going to say anything new. We are just going to remind us about the ethical practices that we should be having around us as far as the technology is concerned. Yes, so what is the impact of this technology, and how there are ethics in this technology that we are supposed to follow? Because ethics, as I stated, as everybody before me has already stated, that there is a lot of discussion that we have to have around ethics. And technology is completely a different area. It has a big impact, and this impact is something that is not leaving us for quite some time. It is going to remain with us for a longer period. We have enjoyed the benefits of it. We have known the advantages of it. And it's always better for us to educate ourselves in knowing the ethics in using technology. Yeah, so I'm sure all of us have been doing this extensively, cut, copy, paste, and not understanding the kind of serious risk that we have got into when we do this cut, copy, and paste. There are a lot of laws which state that what we do is completely wrong. It's unethical, not acceptable behavior. The copyright law, because the impact of technology is quite colossal, and we are slowly catching up with it. And the pace at which we are learning the rules and regulations, I think technology is growing faster than that. And the principles that govern how technology should be used is something that we should be knowing. And there are certain principles such as accountability, digital rights, privacy, freedom, all that we should be learning about. And this copyright, the copyright is something that we have to seriously think about, because we are breaking a lot of rules. We have done enough. We have done enough of rule breaking, but now we have to awaken ourselves to this. And copyright law states that if it's somebody's work, you cannot imitate it, but without bothering about the consequences. We have been extensively copying somebody's work and reproducing somebody's work as our own. So because in the digital world, it is easy. Information is easily available. We can easily download and copy information from so many sources from internet. And this is actually not acceptable according to the laws and regulations, but we have been doing it extensively. And we are not even bothered, we're not even concerned as to whether it is breaching somebody's rights. So probably we have to teach our students. We have to, probably we did not have that time to give them that orientation, that these are wrongs, these are do's and don'ts. We never had the time, but we were just pushed into this tech classes. So we have to be careful. We have to be mindful about others' works. We have to respect others' works. We have to understand the copyright laws. And since the information is easily available, we tend to take it, not understanding that what we are doing is not ethical. And of course, the privacy law also says how, shows that how internet is quite open, and any kind of data or information is easily available. So we should be orienting our children, we should be teaching our young minds about the right use of internet, and respecting others' privacy also, because it's somebody's information that we should not be spreading without the person's consent or permission. Plagiarism, yes, this is something that you must have heard a lot about in recent times. There is always a tendency to take somebody else's intellectual work without giving due acknowledgement to that person. So that authorization is something that is needed. And this is something becoming a big ethical concern, because Google or any other search engine gives you a lot of information within seconds. Whatever query you ask, or whatever question you type in, or whatever doubts you have, you put in, and you will get a lot of information. But then that information is somebody else's. It is somebody's work. So you have to be very careful when you cite a source. You have to see to it that you respect others' work, and the intellectual property of somebody else's should not be passed on as your own work. And academic honesty is very mandatory, because as educators, being in the field of education, we are expected to have some kind of an academic honesty, and we should inculcate it in our students at an early stage. As I said, 2 years we have been doing a lot of plagiarism. Probably answer scripts of students has enough of data from other sources, which they were not oriented. They were not told that they're not supposed to do it in such manner. So we will have to teach them the ethics and rules, and how to how to teach them these rules. I think we need to plan a strategy. Online behavior or the netiquette. There is something called net etiquette, internet etiquette. So this is also something that we have to teach our children, and as educators, we also have to learn, because how to behave online is something that we have never been conditioned. We have never been taught. And so we have to behave in a very responsible way when we are meeting online, when we are using this online platform to share our ideas, or probably during a classroom or during a seminar. In fact, a set of rules, do's and don'ts are sent by the organizers as to don't do this. Probably if you have a question, you have to post it in the chat box, or when you are given a turn, you should ask. So such netiquette also we will have to teach children, and how we have to behave responsibly, because when you are on an online platform, there are a lot of onlookers. Now, for example, a student who is attending a lecture from home, the family members are also observing. So we have to be very careful as to what we are speaking, how relevant it is, and at the same time, what is the value of whatever is being spoken. There are incidents of cyberbullying also happening, unnecessary chats happening during a classroom, or some kind of a disturbance, voice or a noise disturbance. So all these are certain things that we have to be very careful about, and it would be unethical if somebody's space time is barged into. So we have to be careful about that. And the technology in classroom, definitely it is becoming disruptive now that students are quite experienced in using the digital technology. They tend to have the habit of using the same technology in the classroom also. That will become disruptive. It will be distracting the teachers as well as the students, and it is quite challenging, and definitely there are some ethical issues also. So probably the guidance should be given to the institutes, to the teachers, to the students about this use of cyberspace. And as there are age restrictions for several activities, there is no age restriction for this digital facilities that we have got. So we have to be very cautious about the use of technology in classroom. The impact of technology is, though we talk about the ethical and unethical issues, there is also a loss of creativity that we must have observed in the recent times, because imagination is taking a toll, and not much of creative thinking is really happening. A lot of information is easily available in the internet, so generally you give them give an assignment or take up a task, and immediately there are hundreds, thousands and thousands of resources available in the internet, from which people generally tend to make it an easy way by taking content from that. So there is a lot of lack of creativity. This digital world is also leading to a lot of distractions. So the focus is not there. There's a lot of digital distractions that's happening around. And also there is a tendency of wrong information being passed. So through Facebook or through all those social media platforms, within seconds, you see that any WhatsApp information or any information that somebody gets on the phone, we tend to disperse it as immediately as possible and to as many people as possible. So this is also again a serious concern, because it's unethical. Sometimes it's somebody's private information that is passed on, circulated, photographs circulated. All these are quite unethical practices. First of all, wrong information is passed on, and it passes at such a speed that it just is sent to so many people, multiple people, and that's quite dangerous. So these are some of the unethical practices that can crop in through this kind of a technology, too much of technology around us. Is technology declining the morality of the people? I'm sure all of us would have faced some of the other situation which is mentioned on the slide here, where there are a lot of digital distractions in the social media or in the smartphones, which is quite dangerous because our attention span is becoming very shorter and shorter. Children these days are quite distracted and they cannot listen to a lecture for probably 20 minutes. Usually 20 minutes itself is a ideal time. But then even that is becoming smaller, shorter. Distractions because of the digital devices which they have in their bags or which they have in their pocket is completely taking them off from whatever they are doing. Camera phones have become a kind of a menace. Of course, there are positives, but sometimes there is a probability that the pictures are taken and shared in the wrong way. Twitchy fingers, because every now and then we have to touch our check our device and see if I have got a message or not. Or if somebody's phone is ringing, we generally tend to have the habit of checking our phone whether was that a call for me. Scrolling when somebody's talking to us. Probably when somebody's talking to us, we don't look at the person and pay attention to what he or she is talking, but we keep scrolling our device, and somehow there's kind of a distraction. So there is a decline of the ethical values and threat to the truth, because we don't know what is the actual truth. So much of information, so much of fake information is spreading at a faster pace, and now the doubt is what is the actual truth. And so how technology has again made us unethical by making us an instrument to spread a lot of unnecessary information or fake news or something that's not relevant at all. Again, we are intruding into somebody's private time, somebody's personal space. Too much of intrusion, too much of digital distraction has also done that, because any time is now everybody's time. Anybody can call at any time, anybody can message at any time. That's kind of a the family time and the institutional time or the work time has completely blurred. There's too much of intrusion into your personal space. So all these are some of the negatives of the technology that we have too much with us. Yes, some of the rules that we should be following, some of the commandments that we should be seriously thinking when we have too much of technology around us. Let's not harm others through that. Not pry into each other's to somebody else's private space, not be inquisitive into what is happening in somebody's life. The digital device should not be used for several purposes, several unethical purposes. And again, plagiarism should be avoided, not claiming somebody's work as our own. And also understand the consequences of putting too much of information on the social media platform or in the internet or in the technology. So how all that can be slightly disruptive. It can make your life, it can make your life a little miserable. So it's better to what extent you have to share, to what extent you have to keep it private, that we have to judge. And now that we have all become digital citizens, we have all become tech citizens, no more immigrants and all that. We have now become digital citizens. So we have to teach and learn how to use this digital device. Of course, there are advantages. There are a lot of advantages. It's there in our life. It's now not going to go off immediately. It definitely delights us. It makes us happy. It gives us a lot of information, and it should not scare us. The use of technology should not scare us and make us feel that what we are doing is not right. And at the same time, it should help us in growing. It should help us in the positive way. There are a lot of technological advancements that are happening, and it is permeating in our life. And this growth is definitely rapid. It's not a small change. It's not a slow change. It's a very rapid change that's happening. And this change is also making us think that what are the stakes that we have, and how we have to act ethically. We have to surely behave like mature citizens. So in this kind of an ethically driven technocratic society where there's a lot of technology around us, all the technocratic temptations that are there around us, we have to rule them out. We have to keep them away. We have to understand them, and we have to utilize them in the right manner. Resist all kinds of unnecessary temptations that are there around us, because that's when we will be able to follow the ethical practices. We have to exhibit some digital maturity and ethical responsibility in this ethically driven society, because we should show some digital maturity to handle all these technology advancements. Benefits are many, and we should understand the pros and cons of being in this digital world. So once we understand the positives and negatives properly, and orient ourselves towards the pros and cons of behaving like a right digital citizen, I think we will all be great digital citizens, and we will have a better society, an ethically driven techno society. So, thank you. These are some of the references, because we generally tend not to talk about the sources which have helped us to prepare a presentation. It's always better to include them, cite them, so that it doesn't become unethical. So thank you for the opportunity, and I would be happy to address a few questions if there are any.
Thank you, ma'am. It was indeed a great presentation. Thank you. You have created awareness about ethics in using digital technology.
Thank you.
Participants, if you have any questions, please post in the chat box. If you don't have questions, we will move to the next session.
Yeah, so thank you for the opportunity. I'm sure everybody has been able to understand what I was trying to drive in. And of course, as I said, it's nothing new. It's all something that we all know. We all are in that situation. So probably we will just have to think and understand how to use the digital facilities that are there around us. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I feel happy to invite Dr. M. Davamani Christopher, Principal, Secretary, the American College. Our principal does not require an introduction, as he is a well-known and recognized person in the arena of education. He is known for his wonderful administration and high academic achievements of the institution he is in charge of. He is a philanthropist and renders selfless services to the society. He is working towards connecting young minds to strive towards success and achievements. He has molded the life of students and served people with his kindness. We are so blessed and fortunate to have him as principal and secretary of our college. He is a great supporter and backbone of all the events which conducted in the college, which helps for the professional development of staff and students. Without his support and encouragement, this online seminar would be a dream. He is a charismatic, inspiring person who motivates the staff and students' endeavors. I welcome you, sir, to give the overview of the seminar. Yes, sir, our principal sir is held up in some other meeting. So with his blessings, we'll move to the next session. As we express our gratitude, we must forget the highest appreciation is not to utter words, but to live by them. Now I request Dr. V. Krishnajyoti, Assistant Professor, Department of Religion, Philosophy and Sociology, to express the words of gratitude. Dr. V. Krishnajyoti has joined in the department in the year 2018. Her teaching areas are social anthropology, research methodology, social psychology, Indian social institutions, and social skills. She was awarded Rajiv Gandhi National Fellowship for PhD by UGC in 2013 to 16. She has presented papers in national and international conferences. She is also acting as a family counselor for HIV patients and team leader for Tamil Nadu government project. I welcome you, ma'am, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon to all. Gratitude makes a sense of a past, brings peace for today, and creates vision for tomorrow. On behalf of the Department of Religion, Philosophy, and Sociology, the American College, the organizing committee of both the International Journal, I'd like to propose a vote of thanks to each and every one who has contributed to the overwhelming success of the one-day national seminar on ethics and society emerging trends. Let me first of all start by giving glory to the Almighty God for making today's national seminar a resounding success. At the outset, I warmly extend my sincere and special thanks to Chief Patron of this seminar, Dr. M. Damani Christopher, Principal and Secretary, the American College, Madurai, for continuously encouraging and supporting all our endeavors. This national seminar is possible only because of you, sir. Thank you. I feel happy to thank Dr. C. Dorothy Sheila Bursar, the American College, Madurai, for grace this occasion by her felicitation and blessings. I extend my grateful thanks to Dr. Parin Somani, writer and Global Peace Ambassador for England, London, UK, chief guest for the inaugural function, for her enlightening and vibrant special address. I am delighted to thank Dr. C. Premkumar Emmanuel, Senior Professor, the Department of Religion, Philosophy and Sociology, the American College, for his in-depth concept note and make the participants to understand the relevance and importance of the topic of this seminar, and his precise concluding note of all the technical sessions at end. Thank you, sir. I place on record our deep sense of gratitude to Dr. K. Gandhimadi, Dean of Arts, SNDB Vaishnav College for Women, Chennai, for accepting to be the chief guest on the occasion of the valedictory of this seminar. Thank you for your valuable presence and inspiring valedictory address on ethics in tech world. It's really an emerging and burning issue in the digital world to address with. I am sure your message will help our students and participants to understand and realize the need of morality when using digital technology. Thank you so much, ma'am. I'm grateful to thank our resource persons, Dr. K. Bindu, Assistant Professor and Head of the Department Sociology, St. Mary's College, Thrissur, Kerala, for his valuable contribution on the topic Sociological Research and Ethics. I deeply thank Dr. N. Muthumohan, former Head of the Department and Professor, Department of Guru Nanak Studies, Madurai Kamarajar University, for his thought-provoking and inspiring speech on the topic Philosophy and Ethics in Tamil Society. I am fortunate to thank Mrs. Jyoti Pradeep Bagmer, Assistant Professor, Department of Philosophy, Ramanarayanan Riya Autonomous College, Mumbai, for her meaningful presentation on religious harmony and its need for contemporary society. I am pleased to thank our Dr. P. Arulapan, Assistant Professor and Head in Charge, the Department of Religion, Philosophy and Sociology, the American College, for his untiring efforts and initiating, molding and working for the welfare of our department. Thank you for being a backbone for this enlightening seminar, sir. My deep sense of gratitude to all the chairpersons and our respected professors from the Department of RPS, Dr. P.M. Anurama, Assistant Professor, Dr. M.A. Saul Hamid, Assistant Professor, and Dr. H. Luduraj, Assistant Professor, for their active participation and treasure inputs in all the 3 technical sessions of this seminar. I'd like to thank Dr. W. Prince Ernest, Assistant Professor, the Department of RPS, who have delivered welcome address in this valedictory function. Thank you, sir. I distinctly thank Dr. Balakrishnan, Assistant Professor, the Department of RPS, Founder Director, CRRPS, Publisher and Managing Editor of Bodhi International Journal, for his sole effort to organize this seminar, a successful one. Thank you, sir. And I would like to thank Dr. Chandralekha, Organizing Committee, Bodhi, for her pleasant Master of Ceremony. Thank you, ma'am. Last but not surely least, my deep sense of appreciation and hearty thanks to all the participants from our college and from various institutions who choose to be live with us and attended the seminar with great enthusiasm and made it a successful event. Once again, I thank you one and all joined here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Dear participants, now we are going to post the feedback link and feedback link in the chat box. So kindly fill the feedback link and receive the certificates. It will be open for 5 minutes. So finally, I would like to express my sincere thanks to Dr. M. Davamani Christopher, Principal Secretary, the American College, Dr. P. Arulapan, Head in Charge, Assistant Professor, Department of RPS, the staff members, the chief guest, the speakers, and the participants. And Dr. S. Balakrishnan, Assistant Professor, Publisher and Managing Editor of both the International Journal of Research in Humanities, Arts and Science, for giving me this great opportunity to work with you in this one-day national online seminar on ethics and society emerging trends. Thank you once again. Thank you all. Kindly fill the feedback link.